although of course it's the afternoon for you, so.
Oh, still morning. Good morning. But yeah, a bit better than for you, 5 a.m. No, indeed, it's rainy these days in Geneva. Fortunately.
Dear colleagues, good morning. I think we are expected to get underway, if we may. So I wish to extend a very warm welcome to everyone, wherever you may be, to this live webinar on the TRIPS agreement and competition. It bears mentioning perhaps once in the course of this webinar that the abbreviation TRIPS or TRIPS agreement stands for trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. And so that already flags up that we are focusing really also on a trade issue. And we are really delighted today to be able to run this seminar, as this is a topic that is not often talked about and that is also not often well understood. So we very much hope that in organizing this webinar, we can contribute in a small way to enhancing knowledge and understanding in respect of this important topic. So as everyone will be aware, this webinar is hosted by WTO Secretariat and more specifically by one of its divisions that is called the Intellectual Property, Government Procurement and Competition Division. So my name is Reto Malakrida and I'm a member of that division, and I specifically focus on government procurement and competition policy. I have the great honor and pleasure of being one of several co-moderators today, and I will be having the pleasure of moderating the first of 3 segments of our webinar today. I would like to mention at the outset that we are hosting this webinar on the occasion of 2 joyous events. First of all, we celebrated last year the 25th anniversary of the TRIPS agreement. So this webinar is in fact a part of a series of webinars focusing on TRIPS at 25. And we very warmly encourage everyone to try to also follow some of the previously organized webinars and others that we will still organize. And the second joyous event that I was referring to is the publication of a very important and exciting new edited book entitled, and I quote, "Competition Policy and Intellectual Property in Today's Global Economy," end of quote. This very timely publication and also this very comprehensive publication benefits from contributions from a great many experts from right around the world. And we are delighted to share some of the contents and ideas that are developed in much more detail in the publication with you today. Now, before continuing, let me make sure that I recognize all those colleagues from the WTO Secretariat, specifically from our division and the video conference office, for the hard work they have put into putting together this interesting and exciting webinar, including Fatima, Jessica, Karin, and Natalie. Now, I have noted that this webinar is hosted by the WTO Secretariat, and that is why I would like to make the point at the outset that the views that will be expressed in the context of this webinar, of course, are and remain those of the speakers and should not be attributed either to the WTO Secretariat or to the WTO members. And while I am on the subject of disclaimers, as it were, let me also mention, for the benefit of everyone, that the WTO is not currently engaged in any negotiations on the topic of trade and competition. However, between 1996 and 2004, there was a working group on the interaction between trade and competition policy that undertook a great deal of very valuable analytical work. However, the WTO's General Council decided in 2004 not to start negotiations around the topic of trade and competition. So if we talk about competition today in this seminar, it is because several existing WTO agreements contain provisions that are competition related. And so it is on those existing competition related provisions that we focus today. Let me turn now to the program and just very briefly mention that we will have 3 segments, each consisting of a discussion with a distinguished panel of experts. So the first segment will provide or include opening remarks and a presentation of some of the content of the new book. The second segment will try to shed light on the connection between intellectual property rights and competition policy. And the third, and certainly not least, segment will try to look ahead and reflect on where we can and should go from here. So with that brief explanation of the program, I think we are ready to begin our first segment. We will first hear opening remarks on the topic of TRIPS and competition policy 25 years on, that will be delivered by Mr. Anthony Taubman. I would simply wish, before handing him the floor, to say a word by way of introduction. So Mr. Anthony Taubman is the director of the division I've already have mentioned, the Intellectual Property Government Procurement and Competition Division, and he has occupied that post for many years already. Prior to joining the WTO Secretariat, Mr. Taubman served as director of the Global Intellectual Property Issues Division of the World Intellectual Property Organization. And before that, he had a distinguished career as a diplomat with Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, including his service as director of the International Intellectual Property Section. Mr. Taubman also has held several prestigious teaching appointments with several Australian universities. I could go on, obviously, but in the interest of time, I will stop here and would invite Mr. Taubman to make his opening remarks. You have the floor, Mr. Taubman.
Thank you very much indeed, Reto, and greetings to all who have joined us and who will join us in the recordings of this webinar. My colleague Reto has set out the framework for this webinar very, very well, very clearly, and I would simply add that while this series of webinars is, if you like, inspired by the fact that the TRIPS agreement, our WTO agreement on intellectual property, came into existence with this organization 25 years ago, we're certainly not in this series, and certainly not today in this session, purely focusing on the TRIPS agreement as such. Certainly nowhere near as parochial as that. We're going to hear a wide range of perspectives. It's more to recognize that over the past 25 years, there has been some very fundamental transformation in the way that governments, authorities, theoreticians, policy analysts wrestle with the ideas, the interplay, in this case, between the intellectual property system and competition policy. And it's a time also, even since the discussions that Reto has mentioned, there's been an extraordinary increase in the number of domestic competition authorities. I think by our count, it's approaching something like 140 across the globe. So it is an area of interest to a very wide range of governments at every level of economic development. And indeed, we'll hear a little about the WIPO program, which situates competition policy and intellectual property within its development agenda. So it's partly in response to this literally geographically broadening scope of attention to intellectual property and competition policy that inspired the range of work that's fed into the book we'll be talking about, but also the broadening scope of policy interest. And that's really the theme of my brief opening remarks, because it is an area that is extremely important. We won't be addressing the most pressing contemporary issue confronting the international community right now, that is to say, a collective response to this unprecedented pandemic. But that's a reminder that competition policy tools have been used, have been mentioned as a specific mechanism to help promote access to affordable medicines. And so we can't overlook that very direct and immediate example that confronts the international community and national governments today. But more broadly, the relationship between competition policy and the intellectual property system has at times been cast in terms of tension, even conflict. This is both at the policy level and in actual practice. It's sometimes tempting to assume that two fields are inevitably divided by divergent or polarized sets of values and theoretical assumptions, corresponding with distinct policy constituencies and private sector counterparts, and by incompatible conceptions of how commercial activity progresses public welfare. Sometimes these differences seem to be almost structural and incapable of coherent resolution. It's not uncommon to hear references still to the, open quotes, antitrust community and the intellectual property community as though they were distinct communities. And as my colleague Reto has mentioned, that would be very awkward for us, even in our immediate division, because this is a division, this is a close-knit division that works on intellectual property and competition policy issues. And I may be naive, but I haven't seen any signs of civil warfare within our division. To the contrary, our experience is that the two fields can and must be conceived, understood at a theoretical level, and implemented in a practical level in a positive sum way. And that, by the way, is one of the messages of the agreement mentioned, the WTO TRIPS agreement. If you just read one article of TRIPS, read Article 7, and that refers to the idea of a positive sum interaction between the producers and the users of technological knowledge, and a promotion of social and economic welfare, and a balance of rights and obligations. And I think one of the difficulties, if you like, even with the idea of balance, is that sounds like it's inherently zero sum. We conjure up an image of a pair of scales. And so if we add competition over here, then that will push up the side of intellectual property over there. You have to take from one and you have to take the other, add to one, you have to add to the other, rather than seeing it as in a dynamic, positive sum manner. Thankfully, both the underlying policy rationale in the two fields and their actual practice, their interaction in actual practice, can, and I think do, put to rest this tempting but simplistic view of what certainly is a complex, subtle, and dynamic interrelationship. This is certainly not to simplify the complexity and the dynamism of this interrelationship. And indeed, the reason that we got together with our WIPO colleagues and many others to put together this project is because of those two aspects. Yes, it is a complex form of interaction covering in very different ways different fields of intellectual property. And secondly, it is highly dynamic. You just need to think about the current competition policy challenges of the digital environment, and you can be sure that wasn't even thought of at the time people were framing the TRIPS agreement up to 30 years ago. So really, our efforts are to somehow monitor and understand and optimize the linkages between competition and intellectual property. This is, I think, a compelling responsibility for the contemporary policymaker. And this covers, and I hope that the volume that will be published soon will illustrate this. This is a central concern at the level of scholarly analysis, at the level of policy debate more broadly, and the actual implementation, the actual practice of law and policy, dealing with a wide range of areas of innovation and creativity, as well as technology policy and managing new technologies, consumer welfare, and specific initiatives, as I've mentioned, relating to medicines, but also internet connectivity and dealing with the digital divide. And of course, this is an important aspect of understanding the international trading system. Not only the TRIPS agreement as one element of that, but as Reto has mentioned, the wide range of areas of trade, international trade policy that are consonant with the idea of competition policy, which is typically conceived within a national jurisdiction. And this comes at a time when many, many more domestic jurisdictions are taking up these issues and working with them. This is one of the themes today. And in our view, this created a compelling practical need for a broad-based, empirically grounded, geographically inclusive, and interdisciplinary dialogue. And this need has become all the more accentuated at a time of greater international interconnectivity and I dare say interdependence. So we do hope not to establish any specific new initiative, not by any means, but to provide an empirical, up-to-date, inclusive information platform to work on. There are possibilities for pursuing these issues in the international organizations, in the WTO, in WIPO. Our colleagues in UNCTAD also work very actively in this area. But today's conversation and the overall project are not meant, of course, to push anything in that direction, but rather to build a strong, up-to-date, inclusive policy platform. I'm going to conclude just by giving a quick overview of the key elements of the impending volume, because I think that helps situate even our conversation today. The first section talks about setting the scene, the evolution of key principles and international dialogue. And I think this is one of the things we've been monitoring, we've been understanding in the 25 years of the TRIPS agreement, that thinking about the intellectual property competition policy interaction has been evolving very significantly in that period. And indeed, I think several of my co-editors are going to address this in a much more authoritative and interesting way than I can quickly do. Then we have to understand that there are distinct sectoral perspectives. This is not an area for broad brush, one-size-fits-all solutions. There's a wide range of issues ranging from standard setting to the impact of digital disruption, the question of using competition policy as a tool of bridging the digital divide, for example, the agriculture sector and questions of patent exhaustion in agricultural intellectual property, and so on and so on. And as we'll hear today, in the area of copyright law, there's very significant competition policy issues. And indeed, as one of our authors has addressed very interesting way, the question of whether it's time to rethink the relationship between trademarks and competition. When does a brand, as the question he puts it, when does a brand become a barrier to market entry? Then we turn to what I think is the real strength, if I might say so, of this initiative, a much broader cross-jurisdictional comparative analysis, recognizing that there is a lot going on across the globe. I think in the past, it was a tendency to say, well, this is what's going on in North America, this is what's going on in Europe. In a crude sense, whose side are you on, who's got it right? We're now talking about a much more interesting, a much more diverse, multipolar, truly international set of conversations. And I think one of the real emphases of our work is to build that truly inclusive and geographically broad approach. Finally, and this is something we'll be discussing in the final session of today's webinar, what does this mean for future international policy coherence? As Reto has mentioned, we are certainly not looking at negotiations on these issues in terms of producing new treaty law or anything like that. But I think it's fair to say there is a strong mutual interest in greater policy coherence, certainly greater mutual learning about practical experiences. Many countries have set up what I call the hardware of competition policy. They've passed the laws, they've set up the authority, they've appointed staff and so on. But sometimes there's a need to upgrade the software, that is to say, the more intangible knowledge about how to apply the principles of competition policy, what the lessons are from the jurisprudence, from comparative experience, how to make assessments of issues like market dominance when this interacts with intellectual property. So that's a brief enough, I hope, snapshot of the project that we're drawing on today. This is a time to reflect on the experience of the last 25 years and to open up a fresh conversation about what we can work towards in the coming period. Thank you very much indeed. I'm looking forward very much to hearing the webinar unfold. Thank you, and thank you again, Reto, for the kind introduction.
Thank you so much, Anthony Taubman, for your very detailed and insightful opening remarks and for having helped to situate everyone in the universe of issues that we're going to tackle today. However, superficially, we may have to do that given the time constraint. So at this point, it is my great pleasure to move to our first discussion with a panel of experts, and in fact, a panel of very distinguished experts, as all of our experts today actually are. And I will begin by briefly introducing to the audience the members of this panel before handing the floor to each of the speakers for their presentations. And as indicated, the presentations will focus on aspects covered by this new exciting book that Anthony Taubman also just introduced in broad brush terms. So I will introduce the speakers in the order in which I will call on them to speak. And therefore, I would begin with Mr. Robert Anderson, who is already on screen and visible to everyone, who is currently an honorary professor of the University of Nottingham School of Law. He also teaches at other universities. Until very recently, until 2019, Mr. Anderson served as the team leader for government procurement and competition policy in the Intellectual Property Government Procurement and Competition Division. And he did that for many, many years. And in fact, he spent more than 20 years in the WTO Secretariat. But he managed to get even more experience before that and worked prior to the WTO for Canada's Competition Bureau. And for those of you who may not be aware, that is essentially Canada's competition authority. And he served there in a variety of functions. And of course, he's well published, just like all of our panelists are. With that brief introduction, I'll move to our next speaker, Mr. Nuno Pires de Carvalho, who is a Brazilian lawyer who currently works as a partner in the Brazilian law firm specializing in intellectual property law. He joined the private sector a few years ago, but has a long and distinguished career also in public service, notably in international public service, having served long periods of service both in the WTO Secretariat as well as in the World Intellectual Property Organization, the WIPO, both in Geneva. And so we're delighted to have him with us and share his expertise today. Our next speaker will be Professor William Kovacic, who is the Global Competition Professor of Law and Policy at George Washington University School of Law. He's also the director of that university's Competition Law Center. He is since August, or has been since August 2013, a non-executive director with the United Kingdom's Competition Authority, the so-called CMA, for those of you who may know it by that abbreviation. Importantly, in a long and distinguished career, Professor Kovacic also has an extensive and lengthy affiliation with the United States Federal Trade Commission, having served initially for many years as its general counsel, and later having the distinction of later having served also as a member and even chair of the FTC. So we're delighted to have you with us, Professor Kovacic. Thank you for joining us. And then we will have once more an intervention from Director Tony Taubman. I have already had the pleasure of introducing him, and so will not repeat here. Before I hand the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Robert Anderson, I would simply like to mention for the benefit of the audience that there is the option of submitting questions for the panel through the chat function of our webinar platform. So we won't be taking questions live, so you won't be able to raise your hands, but you will be able to submit questions through the chat function, and we will monitor those, and we'll try within the time available to answer as many of those as we can. So with that short introduction, I wish to welcome once again all our distinguished guests, and in particular, Robert Anderson, who has the floor for his opening presentation. Thank you, and Rob, you have the floor.
Unmute. It's a very important step. Thank you very much, Reto, for the very kind introduction. It's terrific to be here, and really, I would like to express my warm thanks and greetings to all colleagues present for this webinar, whether you're participating from Geneva, from Washington, from Toronto, from Paraguay, from Porto, or anywhere else. It's terrific to be here with you. The strength of the work on competition policy in the WTO has always been the dialogue and the conversation, and it's really just terrific to have the participation also of two esteemed personal mentors of mine, Bill Kovacic and Eleanor Fox, who I believe will be joining us in just a bit. So now I'm going to take the important and innovative step of trying to share my screen. Let's see, here we go. And I think, here we go. So are people seeing my slides? And I'm about to make them bigger.
Affirmative, Rob.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, great. So since we don't have a lot of time, I'm just gonna dive right in. This is an exciting moment, particularly for me. I've been, this is kind of the pre-launch event for the forthcoming volume of edited by Nuno Carvalho, Tony Taubman, and myself. And this has been a labor of love for a good little while. And and it's now sort of, I can almost sort of smell the printing presses running in Cambridge or wherever they actually do the production. And so I'm very excited. As I understand it, this is only the pre-launch event. It's not the formal launch event. And so we look forward to being with everyone again for the actual launch. Now, but my warmest thanks to Tony and to Nuno for their collaboration on this work, and to the great former colleagues at the WTO Secretariat, like Antonella, like Nadia, and others who are present today. So, and here it is. That's the title, and we look forward to seeing the volume in print. Stay tuned. I think it's coming very soon. So I'm now going to just give 3 or 4 slides that summarize to me some of the foundational points and some of the new points coming out of this work. And I kind of divided these 3 slides into, the first one is really the points that are and the themes that run through the volume, and which are entirely consistent with the mainstream competition policy and intellectual property thinking on these issues that has evolved over the last 25 years. So, and really hence are not something new, but it's helpful to put things in context by mentioning these. First one, actually, Tony has already mentioned and explained very, very carefully. And so I'll just quickly say, this is the historical recognition in the WTO agreement on trade-related intellectual property rights, or trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, as Reto rightly reminds us, of the role of competition policy in balancing the exercise of intellectual property rights. And I've so often remarked, how that was back in the early 1990s that that the agreement was finalized, and how prescient that was to include provisions in the agreement that provide for that explicitly authorize and sanction the application of competition policy in this area. And the other point that needs to be made is that the provisions in the TRIPS agreement on competition policy are relatively limited, and as we explain in the book, they definitely provide scope for application of competition policy in this area, which is very, very important. And that's in my view, is their main importance. At the same time, they provide only very limited guidance on many related questions of policy application. And for that, we have to look to, and we should look to, national experience and to economic and policy thinking and legal thinking as it has evolved over the last 25 years. So this area cries out for conversation, encompassing, and definitely taking account of the relevant international instruments, but also very much building on national experience in the jurisdictions with experience in this area, which are an increasing number, and also very much thought contributions from legal and economic scholars. So the next contextual point, which again Tony mentioned, is the proliferation of national competition laws in recent decades. But I would also point to the heightened role of intellectual property in today's knowledge-based global economy. So it's not only the competition policy side that has advanced very considerably in this period, it's also very much the importance of intellectual property in our daily lives and in the economy. When we say knowledge-based economy, this has evolved in significant part due to the the recognition of intellectual property rights nationally and internationally. And we should not forget about that. And we do not forget about that. And as a result, we have burgeoning interest, I would say, in related issues concerning the interaction between competition policy and IP in many, many jurisdictions around the globe. And this long ago, when I joined the Canadian Competition Bureau in 1982, this was a conversation that really basically took place between two jurisdictions, the United States and the EU, with, I trust and hope and believe, some modest input from Ottawa as well. But it's now a conversation and a policy interface which is attracting attention also very much in Delhi, in Brazil, in Beijing, in Moscow, and in many significant developing jurisdictions, again, around the globe. Another important contributing factor here was WIPO's development agenda and the important work that was done at that time on competition policy issues. And I do regard this as a very significant contribution. So it's terrific that both Nuno and Giovanni are with us on the webinar today. This is representing both current and past leadership of WIPO in this area. So with all that, this is the context for the volume. With all that, the approach of this book is to provide a survey of comparative experience and historical evolution of policies and approaches to specific problems. The book absolutely is not seeking to resolve all issues or provide definitive guidance in this area on particular enforcement matters, not at all. And it broadly steps short of taking a normative approach. It really is a piece of descriptive and logical analysis. I do believe it is the most broadly based geographically kind of survey of comparative experience that we've seen in the world to date. Okay, so here are the foundational insights of the volume of which I spoke. And again, as I've said, the insights on this page are actually not new. They are woven all the way through our volume, but they actually came out of the intellectual ferment. They date back at the very least to the 1995 US guidelines on US antitrust guidelines on intellectual property licensing issues. But really they date back to the intellectual ferment that took place leading up to those guidelines and many other important benchmarks which are described in the book. So the first one is, intellectual property. And so what I'm about to say now, these 4 points, are actually now kind of part of the standard competition policy thinking and definitely part of the mainstream. Nonetheless, they're so important that I want to repeat them here. The first is that intellectual property and competition policy broadly share the same overall goals. They're not in sort of some kind of fundamental tension with each other, although tensions certainly can arise in particular contexts. But really, both intellectual property and competition policy are fundamentally concerned with promoting competition, with promoting innovation and creativity, and the diffusion also of new inventions and creative works. A second foundational point, which underlies not just our volume, but scholarly and agency thinking in this area, is that in most cases, there are potential substitutes for individual intellectual property rights. And hence, often they do not create market power, as market power is recognized under competition law. And it's really an error to, in most circumstances, to describe patents and other intellectual property rights as we used to do in the 1980s and previously, as kind of statutory monopolies. In most cases, they're not monopolies, as the idea of monopolies is recognized in competition law. A third foundational insight, which again pervades our analysis, is that many of the IP licensing practices that we previously thought of as intrinsically harmful to competition, things like field of use restrictions, grant backs, exclusive dealing requirements, are not necessarily harmful in all cases. And one really needs a case-by-case analysis. They can be harmful to competition, and we must not close our eyes to that possibility. But it really depends on the context of the market and for the particular products at issue. And the conclusion that emerges from this, and I say this not as a normative statement, but really as a descriptive statement, for most analysts and competition agencies nowadays recognize the need for a rule of reason or case-by-case approach to carefully identify circumstances where competition is truly impeded. And that's what we need to focus on in terms of enforcement activities and our advocacy agenda. All right, and fortunately, there's only 2 more slides. Now, more latterly, what we have seen is that, and we do emphasize, the application of competition policy is still an essential counterbalance to intellectual property. And I would say in an increasing range of market contexts. And some of those I've listed here, and others will be developed by other colleagues in the course of this and the subsequent panel. But these contexts certainly include very much circumstances where patents are reinforced by a standard or by network effects. They definitely include situations of mergers that potentially eliminate rivalry between firms holding competing portfolios of IP rights. They definitely can include anti-competitive patent settlements. This has been an important focus of enforcement activity, things like ambushes in IP-related standard-setting processes, single firm exclusionary practices in digital markets. And so what we see is that really the dialogue has moved on from long ago, this idea of fundamental tension between intellectual property and competition policy, to much more kind of focus on specific harms and specific practices that need to be regulated. I will nonetheless say, as in the next point, is that the issues in this area are complex, and nobody, and that very much includes the editors and the contributors to this book, is really advocating simplistic solutions. And, you know, we have seen, and experience teaches us, that overly simplistic approaches have potential downsides. So it's a thinking exercise, and that's the spirit in which we have approached it in this book. And the thinking process is not done. Still, I believe that competition advocacy is very important to avoid the issuance of unnecessary or unjustifiable patents, proliferation of other kinds of intellectual property. And indeed, effective advocacy work can preempt the need for costly enforcement action down the road. Okay. A third slide of kind of meta insights coming out of our work in this volume. For me, the first one would be the power of ideas. As I've already said, this is an exercise in thought analysis and conversation involving scholars and, you know, and competition agencies and patent authorities and other IP authorities. And it's only through the conversations and the patient conversations progress has been made and further progress can be made. And what we notice very much in the volume, at least definitely I've noticed this, is that, this learning exercise, which, as I said, used to kind of run largely between Washington, Brussels, and Ottawa to an extent, now runs across the world. And, the horse is out of the barn here. It's not, these issues are of interest and all over the world in Brasilia, in Beijing, in Moscow, in Johannesburg and Cape Town and so forth. And now with our colleague Antonella in Asuncion, these issues are of interest all over the world, and the discussion has to continue. And indeed, the discussion has been extremely interesting and involves some, twists and turns, and in broad terms, but I believe our colleague Bill Kubasik is going to speak of this, but there's been a terrific evolution of thinking. The thinking has changed very substantially since I joined the Bureau back in 1982. So, and the third, or the other point that comes out of our cross-jurisdictional analysis actually is the continuing residual scope for conflicts of jurisdiction due, for example, to differing national approaches with respect to these issues. Now, that's an issue that I make that statement very carefully. We do not wish to preempt the policy experimentation, which is part of the learning process that has taken place in this field. But at some point, we have to accept that with respect to global markets, with respect to assets that are fungible, like knowledge, there are potential diseconomies or costs to a lack of modest policy coordination in this area. It's not going to work well for global prosperity if different jurisdictions take fundamentally different approaches with respect to these issues. And so this is something that we need to think about as well. For your assurance, Reto, this is my last slide, and this will end now. Questions to ponder. This is my set of questions to ponder. What could be the potential contribution of international stock taking and consensus building at the multilateral level? Well, I personally feel there is a need for consensus building, and I'm not saying anything more than that. This is not coded language to talk about negotiations, which I fully, believe me, understand and respect, are not on the table right now. I'm talking about dialogue and exchange of perspectives and learning processes. This is fundamentally cries out for the inputs of diverse international as well as national organizations. So this is, it's so terrific that this volume was developed jointly as between WTO and WIPO, and with the input of this terrific range of scholars from all around the globe. I'm so pleased with that, and that's the way policy needs to evolve in this area. I do see very significant, and Tony kind of alluded to this, and this is not the main focus of our volume, but competition policy and public health is an important cluster of issues. And we see that not just in our volume, but also very much in what is called the trilateral study of WIPO and WTO, but also WHO, the World Health Organization. We see the relevance of IP questions to broader discussions in the WTO. And I'm just saying that so that everyone will bear in mind, the focus today is on the interaction between competition policy and IP with reference to the global trading system. But there's also very much a broader set of issues, including very much issues concerning industrial subsidies, state-owned enterprises, which to me will benefit from the input of competition policy analysis and competition policy disciplines and thinkers. And then the final question, which is before us, is, would a renewed discussion in the WTO working group be helpful? And I end on that note. Thank you very much, Reto, for your indulgence. It's so terrific to be here with all the different colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Robert Anderson, for having walked us through, and in such clear fashion, the context for the book, its comparative approach, and already having shared some of the main insights to come out of the work of so many contributors. So you've already given us a wealth of material to think about and benefit from. In the interest of time, I would like to go straight to our next speaker and extend a very warm welcome to him, Nuno Pires de Carvalho. Welcome to you in Brazil. The floor is all yours, sir. Nuno, I'm afraid you have not yet unmuted yourself. You would be kind enough.
Sorry, unfortunately, this is a very common misstep. So thank you very much, Reto, and thank you all the colleagues. I'm really excited about this invitation, about this opportunity. And let me see if I have learned something about computers. I'm going to share. Okay.
Thank you. We can see it.
Slideshow from beginning. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So after the introductory presentation by Tony and this very extensive and very accurate explanation by Rob of the book, not only the background, but also its contents and its objectives. Of course, I would not have much to say about the book. And I'm aware that, or I think that there will be a second webinar specifically dealing with the book when it will be actually launched, I understand, by around May or June. So I'm just on the book. I'm going just to say a very short note. And as it has already been mentioned, this WIPO WTO book is a byproduct of the development agenda. Before the development agenda were 3 recommendations asking the WIPO Secretary to engage in analyzing and discussing the interface IP and competition. So before those 3 recommendations, it would be just unthinkable and politically incorrect to have the WIPO Secretariat involved with IP and competition. And the historical reason, all of us know, was the precedent of the debates at UNCTAD on the Code of Conduct, and some of WIPO's member states definitely did not want WIPO to get involved in that. So in the context of the development agenda, these 3 recommendations came out, and from those recommendations, WIPO has organized a project and have worked and started work in 2008 on IP and competition. So this background explains first, of course, the involvement of WIPO as a co-founder jointly with WTO on the project of this volume. And the second has Rob very accurately and clearly explained. The book comes with an inclusive and broad scope of contributions. And the basic idea is to reflect the impartial approach of the work that WIPO carried out, and WTO when it had, of course, the working group during these years. So about the book, this is what I had to say. So now my second point is the state of play of intellectual property and competition policy in these last years. Rob has also done a great job in summarizing the key points that are leading authorities, companies, the actors in general to discuss IP and competition. Well, with your indulgence, I'm going to talk about a point, an important issue that is not considered in the book and for the time being is beyond the concerns of governments and the competition authorities in general. And this is the intellectual property for the small, the intellectual property for the poor. Of course, that when we refer to the small and the poor, we don't see market power. We don't see the possibility of antitrust issues. But if these small players do not have to face issues of competition policy, of free competition, they have to face issues of fair competition. And a few years ago, I was in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, with my wife. It was summertime, beautiful weather, and my wife and I would go to the beach of Leblon, which is one of the most beautiful and best known beaches in Rio de Janeiro. And sitting there under the sun, looking at the sea, I started to realize that there were a high number of salesmen and saleswomen going along the beach, selling ice creams, beer, water, jewelry, clothes, whatever. And I started realizing that they had their IP assets, they had their slogans, their songs that they sang to call the attention of the sunbathers. They had very colorful uniforms. And well, I start realizing these people have intellectual property. Probably they are not aware about it, but they have it. And besides, I realized that the employees of different groups or small companies that were selling things, stuff on the beach, they, of course, they are friends, or at least they were colleagues, because they would see each other every day on the beach. So they would stop, they would take a coffee, they would talk. And I was wondering, are they fixing prices? Are they combining techniques of selling, of luring clients? So this brought to me this idea that there is an extremely fine borderline between unfair competition and free competition. And most abusive uses of intellectual property, of course, do not reach the quantitative level that could trigger the enforcement of antitrust, because, as I said, there is no market power involved. So this leaves the small entrepreneurs without protection against predatory behavior by dishonest competitors. The language of Article 10bis of the Paris Convention that refers to unfair competition and has 3 examples of unfair competition practices does not help. The TRIPS agreement does not help either. And I brought to you an example. This nice picture is a photo of a street of La Habana in Cuba, near the cathedral. The cathedral is here. And on this street and on the surrounding streets, on other streets, you have one of the first steps that Cuba made a couple of years ago towards opening part of its economy towards the free market. And these are the paladares, the private-owned restaurants that are allowed. Now there is a legal regime. The owners of these paladares can, even after a reform of the civil codes of Cuba, now they can be even the owners of these buildings in the Casco Viejo, in the old city of Havana. Well, so you see this, this photo, and you see that the restaurants are one next to the other. They are very close. They occupy the streets with their tables, with their umbrellas. And in other streets, you can see even the streets more crowded, and these restaurants even closer to each other than these two are here. Okay. So it is, if you go there, now I imagine probably many of them are closed down because of the pandemic. But in normal times, when you go there, it is very common when, as a tourist, you stop in front of one of these restaurants and you start looking at the menu. An employee of the neighboring restaurant will come to you with his own menu and will try to lure you to his restaurant, saying that, well, his restaurant, the neighboring restaurant, has either best food or best prices or fresher goods. So the question is this practice against unfair competition? So is this an issue of intellectual property because this practice could harm free differentiation? Or are we talking about harming free competition? Or is this just competition? So, thinking about this, I went to the WIPO databases on laws, IP laws, and realized that very recently, 2016, Cuba enacted its first act on unfair competition. When Cuba joined the WTO as one of the founding members, under the TRIPS agreement, it enacted a specific statute on the protection of test data in accordance with Article 39.3 of the TRIPS agreement. And of course, as you know, the TRIPS agreement approaches the protection of test data under an unfair competition approach. But Cuba, other than doing that, did nothing. That is, Cuba did not have a law on unfair competition. And I remember that in my several missions to Cuba, I insisted with the authorities that they needed this kind of statute exactly because slowly, gradually, they were opening part of their internal market to competition. So they needed that because sooner or later, unfair practices would come out. So Article 2, paragraph 1 of this decree law 337, 2016 of Cuba says, any act contrary to honest uses and practices in industry and commerce is an unfair practice in matters of industrial property, provided that it produces or may produce substantial effects, the emphasis is mine, in the promotion and offering of products or services in the national market in favor of the doer of the typified practices or of a third party. So it seems that the Statute of Cuba on unfair competition answers that question, saying that this is just competition. And why? Because for unfair competition to take place, it is required that the practice produces substantial effects. And well, I would guess that just luring a client, a prospective customer from one restaurant to the neighboring restaurant does not produce substantial effects. It may irritate very much the owner of the first restaurant, but in terms of national market, it does not produce substantial effects. However, 800 years ago, in the 13th century, the bylaws of the Guild of Cooks of Paris that were collected by Boileau, Etienne Boileau, said, if someone is in front of a cook's stall or store with the intent of haggling or buying from said cook, and if any other cook calls him, so calls the client before he is leaving the window willingly, the cook will be punished in 5 sous, 3 sous for the king and 2 sous for the masters. Well, this means that 800 years ago, the managers of the Guild of Cooks in Paris deemed this sort of practice as unfair competition. And why? Because by interfering with the mind setting of the customer, of the potential customer of a competitor, well, in this case, the offender was doing something against competition. Well, what would be the solution for this? There's a solution that I like very much. It's provided by the law of Chile on competition, but the Chilean Act on competition policy says the same. The following shall be, among others, deemed as facts, acts, or agreements to prevent, restrict, or hinder free competition, or that tend to produce such effects. Predatory practices or of unfair competition done with the intent of reaching or maintaining or increasing a dominant position. So for Chilean law, the line that separates unfair competition from free competition that could be covered by antitrust or deemed to be antitrust law is the level of predation. So does the predation lead to market power, to a dominant position? Well, you have antitrust. If the predatory practice does not reach market power, does not reach dominant position, it's unfair competition. So the key concept here is predation. And another hint for a possible solution for this conundrum is something that a text written by George Rubley, who was one of the proponents of the FTC Act. He was an advisor to President Theodore Roosevelt. And I'm going to read, fair competition is competition which is successful through superior efficiency. Competition is unfair when it resorts to methods which shut out competitors who, by reason of their efficiency, might otherwise be able to continue in business and prosper. Without the use of unfair methods, no corporation can grow beyond the limits imposed upon it by the necessity of being as efficient as any competitor. So in other words, the borderline between unfair competition and antitrust could be found by replacing the subjective notion of moral reprehensibility of the conduct with the objective notion of predatory conduct, which, as George Rubley suggested, should be measured in terms of efficiency. So this could be a hint to give us a new topic for thinking about and for finding solutions, because as we saw with the example of Cuba and with examples I mentioned about the beach of Leblon, this is something that affects thousands or millions of small entrepreneurs. They own intellectual property assets. They don't know about that, but now that's a matter of outreaching for intellectual property agencies in countries. That's another issue. But they are very frequently affected and harmed by anti-competitive practices or unfair practices by competitors who hinder or harm their ability to compete on the market. Current law has no solution for this. Well, 800 years ago it had, or at least part of the solution. So my suggestion is that we could give a thought and we could think about bringing intellectual property and competition policy to the poor, to the small entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nuno Pires de Carvalho, for these very insightful remarks and for having shed the light on the important issue of not just free, but also fair competition and the impact that the lack of fair competition can have, notably on small enterprises, and also for having highlighted some possible avenues for improvement and some approaches that are available there. So thanks again for joining us on the panel. With that, we have up next our next speaker from the United States, Professor Kovacic. Professor Kovacic, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reto, and I'm most grateful to the WTO for the honor of participating in today's webinar. I'm going to be talking about one dimension of the book. That's a chapter that Rob and I co-authored, and to talk about the evolution of thought governing the relationship between competition policy and intellectual property rights. And to begin, I want to congratulate Rob, Tony, and Nuno for their wonderful success in putting the volume together, and to thank co-authors Anna Caroline, Antonella, and Nadia, and Rob for their magnificent assistance in preparing the chapter that Rob referred to before. This is a great accomplishment, and the only people who think it's easy have never done a volume of this kind. I want to talk about how, to follow a theme that Rob developed, how our thinking in the field has changed over the past quarter century due to the interaction between competition policy, intellectual property, and other policy domains that bear upon the development of economies and about innovation in particular. And I want to do this using a specific illustration. I want to talk about how the convergence of these policy domains contributed to the emergence of what we today call the digital age, and then derive some lessons from the volume as a whole about the policy integration and cross-border cooperation and integration that can take the discussion forward in productive ways. In some ways, the beginning of the digital age takes place in a laboratory in New Jersey. This is Bell Labs in 1947. That's the year that these three people invented the transistor. And in many respects, the transistor is a crucial foundation for everything that happens digital in later years. By virtue of a competition policy abusive dominance case brought by the Department of Justice in the late 40s, 1950s, there was a compulsory licensing decree that put Bell Labs' IP portfolio into the public domain, and in many respects planted the seeds for extraordinary developments that generated innovations that are now the heart and soul of the digital economy today. To come into the 1950s, at the time that happened, the company that owned Bell Labs, that was American Telephone and Telegraph, was the monopolist provider of telephone services and telephone equipment in the United States. This will seem as a strange device to many in our audience who are not creatures of Jurassic Park, but this is a telephone in the 1950s. Not a lot of functionality. It's black, it's very heavy, it sits on a desk, and it's tied to the wall by a cord. That is the telephone. And AT&T would make any color of telephone you like as long as it was black, and would design any configuration as long as it sat on a table and looked exactly like that. To come forward to another period, a seemingly dissimilar item of communications equipment, this is a camera. with photographic film. Again, those of us of a certain age recognize the compartment as well as the photographic film. The name of the company on that spool of film is Eastman Kodak. They were the dominant global supplier of photographic film, over a 90% market share in North America, and internationally shared the market with Agfa and Fuji, but by any respect had the dominant share of photographic film, maximum number of 36 exposures, no editing. You rolled up the film after you'd taken your exposures, you took it to a development shop, and they gave you prints and negatives back. That's the camera in film in the 1980s. Also in parallel, Kodak, the subject of a variety of abusive dominance cases that to some extent limited their ability to control film processing in particular. That's a mainframe computer of the 1960s, another seemingly dissimilar technology. And we'll ask in a moment, what do computers, cameras, film, and telecommunications devices have in common? That's the IBM 360. That's the machine that transformed modern computing. Notice it's a pretty big machine, but it was small enough with its ensemble of peripheral equipment to fit inside of an office building. And it made possible data processing, all sorts of back office services that were unimaginable before. For many businesses around the world, this was the introduction into what becomes the digital age. Who's that guy? How many of you know Malcolm McLean? Malcolm McLean, perhaps more than any other single individual in the 20th century, brought us global trade. His invention is what you see in the background. Malcolm McLean in the 1930s is a truck driver. He doesn't have an MBA from Wharton. He is not even the holder of a high school degree. But he notices the clumsiness of traditional methods of loading goods onto and taking them off of ships. And his idea, which others had anticipated to some extent, was imagine what you could do if you put everything in a box that's going to a specific place, put the box on the ship, and when you get to the destination, take the box off, put it onto the bed of a truck transport or a rail car. Malcolm McLean is the creator, more than anyone else, of the modern world of containerized shipping. And without containerized shipping, we do not have global economic integration of the type that we have now. Let's add all of these together. IP in the development of patents at Bell Labs, the transistor. Competition law enforcement that compels the licensing of that IP. Competition law enforcement that tackles the monopoly of AT&T and forces the spinoff of the Western Electric telecom equipment producing company and introduces competition into the telecom sector itself. And globalization, inspired in many ways, global trade by Malcolm McLean's innovation. One more piece I want to put on the table in this story. That's Apollo 11, launching in July 1969 on the epic journey to the moon. The US government, in order to make that happen, had to develop capabilities that did not exist in 1961, a mere 60 years ago, when President John Kennedy said, by the end of the decade, we are going to send humans to the moon and bring them back safely to Earth. There was a desperate need for the miniaturization of electronic equipment and the creation of highly reliable semiconductors, which existed in a crude form, but were not 100% reliable, were dreadfully expensive. And through a public procurement program, NASA drove the development of private sector innovation that created semiconductors of high reliability and much lower cost. It was the Apollo 11 program, in an indirect way, that provided the crucial foundation for the digital economy today. And where did that lead us? Well, I picked a Samsung Galaxy 9 out for the photo, but that's what it is today. It's in your pocket, it's in your bags, it's the smartphone. The smartphone is a much better telephone than that black object on a table I showed you before. It is a much better camera. Indeed, takes videos than the camera I showed you before. It is a much more powerful computer than the IBM 360 ever was, and it fits in your pocket. What did that? It was the convergence of several policy influences. It was competition policy. It was the operation of the intellectual property regime and its interaction with competition policy. It was trade. That smartphone wouldn't be in your pocket if it wasn't for the development of global mechanisms to facilitate trade. And oh yes, this is partly a story of government procurement. And I'll simply mention, to anticipate a closing theme, the importance of having public policy fora that join up these policy domains. And it's no accident, I think, that our hosts at the WTO in key respects bring that multidisciplinary perspective to bear in everything they do, especially in the unit that Rob once headed, that Tony heads now, that takes place day in and day out at the WTO. What have we learned over the past 25 years with TRIPS that bears upon the developments of the digital age and other policy developments of comparable significance? The first thing we learned is that these disciplines must be joined up in a discussion of policymaking. It is a conversation involving the economists. It is a conversation involving engineers, historians who understand the evolution of competition within individual sectors and across policy domains over time. The evolution Rob was referring to. It is a conversation, of course, in which lawyers participate. It is the political science of understanding how changes in the law and policy occur in individual jurisdictions and across borders. And yes, it is the physical scientists who inform us about what types of incentives are crucial to provide a foundation for research development that are the essential origins of much innovation. So we understand one thing clearly from the past 25 years is the importance of interdisciplinary integration. A second thing that we understand is the growing significance of global integration. That there have been centripetal forces that tend to push jurisdictions closer together. We recognize a much greater degree of economic interdependence across borders. Again, you can't have the smartphone in your pocket if that global system of trade is not functioning well, or you could not have it except at a much higher price. And we also know at the same time that there are centrifugal forces that can push these systems apart, creating regulatory fragmentation that can inhibit the development of effective mechanisms to ensure that nations get the full benefit of trade, but of course, with the types of protections that Nuno was referring to as well. This we've learned much more clearly in the last 25 years. We've also seen with greater clarity how institutional structure shapes policy outcomes. In particular, we've seen how imperfections in the rights granting process for IP inside individual jurisdictions can inhibit appropriate levels of competition and innovation. This was a key lesson of a proceeding that the FTC conducted in the early 2000s, generating a report called To Promote Innovation. And the focus of it was that many problems and difficulties that we see with competition originate in flaws in the rights granting process, insufficiently rigorous application of standards for patentability, the lack of effective mechanisms to challenge infirm grants of property rights. The FTC's recommendation was we have to understand how the rights granting process operates and improve it, because competition law is a very imperfect second best solution to problems that arguably originate in the rights granting process. And the lesson to the FTC was, unless you, the competition lawyers, understand the IP system at a high level of sophistication, you're not going to be able to do good policy analysis in this field. We've also seen the growth of international structures that promote standard setting in the field of policymaking across jurisdictions. Some of these arrangements are bilateral. Bilateral agreements in some ways are prototypes for broader international discussion. We have regional alliances that have carried the discussion forward as well. And indeed, we have global platforms that are arenas for this discussion. Part of what we can see is that if you don't have an infrastructure of public mechanisms supported by non-government mechanisms, universities, professional societies, advocacy groups, if you do not have this infrastructure, you are not going to develop international policy standards that promote interoperability, facilitate desirable convergence, and most of all, establish a baseline of understanding about why individual systems have taken a specific course and how those might be reconciled in the development of common standards in many instances. To conclude, what has this 25-year experience taught us about the way ahead? I think one is to underscore the importance of improving this infrastructure of institutions to promote policy integration. And here I echo the comment of several of my colleagues that the revival of the WTO Competition Working Group would be a desirable step in this direction, not simply because we have so many more nations with competition laws, but also because, in crucial respects, the WTO brings together the disciplines that we need in order to formulate good solutions. The attentiveness, of course, to intellectual property concerns, competition concerns. It is a trade body, and it is enormously proficient in the study of government procurement, which, as I mentioned before, has a deep impact on how certain forms of technological innovation take place. WTO also, in the past 25 years, has experimented, I think with great success, in the development of new policy instruments, especially the opt-in plurilateral mechanism that we see manifest in the government procurement agreement. We also have integration taking place at a less completely global level. I point to the recent and I think very promising collaboration involving Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. The competition and in some instances consumer bodies of all of these jurisdictions realizing that they can achieve better policy results by way of cooperation, pooling knowledge, common research projects than they can acting individually. And indeed, all of this is going to be supported by contributions from academic hubs. I think of the excellent work that the European University Institute and the Florence School of Regulation are doing in this respect to bring together a broad range of perspectives, a multidisciplinary perspective, a global perspective on how to carry policy forward in these domains. And I think there's also the promising example of what's taking place within individual jurisdictions. And I point to my own observation of the work in the United Kingdom of the Competition and Markets Authority, which is deepening its cooperation with sectoral regulators that have a hand in the formulation of policies that determine the rate and quality of innovation. The CMA has established an internal team of data analysts. These are principally scientists, computer specialists, and quantitatively trained social scientists, a team of over 40 that is looking at how to take the fullest advantage of information that the agency has itself, but to understand in a more accurate way how this digital market is changing and what the changes mean for public policy. And last, a markets regime that gives the agency the ability to study problems in the full context, that takes into account the role of intellectual property, competition policy, government procurement, trade, and knit them together to form a more complete diagnosis of why specific phenomena have unfolded the way they are, and to identify with greater clarity and precision appropriate public policy responses. I look forward to the conversation. And again, I'm most grateful to be part of the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William Kovacic, for making such an inspired statement so early in your morning. It was really a very powerful statement on the importance of convergence of several disciplines and the effect that has produced for the good of people, and also of the importance of interdisciplinary policy and policy integration, and a very powerful statement of the work of the WTO in that context. So thank you very much indeed. We'll leave it at that for now, and with a view to time, would move to our last but not least panelist contributor. We have the pleasure of hearing again from Mr. Anthony Taubman. Mr. Taubman, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I fear that on this occasion, last is the least, because we've just heard from three leading international experts in this field, and I'm honoured to be part of this panel together, including my co-authors. Just a comment. We've been of course following the chats and the comments, and we'll be following up directly. I have to say that this event and my presentation now are intended to be very general policy overviews in character, recognising that participants today will come from a very wide range of fields. And so it's true, we're not going into the nitty-gritty of specific cases or the latest case law and so on. There's certainly a need and a scope for that, but we will sort of park that thought and take that up for subsequent events, because certainly when we say that there is this dynamism going on, it's now a multi-jurisdictional challenge to keep track of all the different decisions and outcomes that are taking place, as I say, not just in the well-established or well-known to a policy audience, well-known jurisdictions, but many other jurisdictions as well. And when we hear about the developments in the BRICS economies, for example, subsequently, we'll get a taste of that. But that's by way of apology too, because my presentation also is going to be somewhat general in character. I hope not unwelcome from that point of view, because I'm complementing previous presentations by having a fresh look at the TRIPS agreement itself. But again, from a general point of view, because one of the papers in this book, and I acknowledge Anna Müller and Rob Anderson as co-authors, invites us generally to have a fresh look at the TRIPS agreement 25 years on, within the context of competition policy. But I will say that the roots of international cooperation in this area go back a long way. It goes back to the creation in Geneva of the League of Nations, where at that time concerns about equitable treatment of commerce was one of the founding principles of the covenant of the League of Nations. And when the precursor to the WTO, which was intended to be the International Trade Organization, at the Havana, here we are in Havana again, the Havana Conference of 1947, when this was established, and the final act of the Havana Conference was adopted, setting a framework for international economic cooperation. There it is, a reference to restrictive business practices and a link to a potential misuse of patents, trademarks, and copyright as a possible target of measures to deal with restrictive business practices. So this is not a new topic for international cooperation. Of course, the Havana Charter never took full effect, and it gave birth, if you like, to the GATT. But subsequently, of course, we found our way to the WTO 25 years ago. So just a reminder that these historically have been issues of continuing concern, and in the United Nations more generally. So we are responding to a long-standing policy consideration. And of course, our colleagues in UNCTAD, a colleague was unable to take part today, unfortunately, one of the authors in the volume, also working in this area to this day. That's a reminder that we are working within a broader environment. When it comes to the TRIPS negotiations, competition policy was one of the issues dealt with in the negotiations. Again, the mandate leading to the negotiation of TRIPS mentions such issues as ensuring that IP doesn't become a barrier to legitimate trade. Not exactly competition policy as such, but certainly a complementary kind of objective. And in the negotiations, which I will not go through in detail, there were significant conversations about the importance of competition policy as a remedy in certain cases. And this is an example by New Zealand discussing competition policy in relation to patent compulsory licensing, a very topical issue, of course, in today's environment. Taking a look at the agreement itself, again, ideas that are, if you like, complementary with or supportive of the broad principles of competition policy. The preamble to TRIPS referring to reducing distortions and impediments to trade and ensuring that IP rights, going back to that original negotiating mandate, do not become barriers to legitimate trade. That question of legitimacy that in a way Nuno has referred to, the fairness aspect, there's some kind of complementarity here. I'm not pushing these concepts together, that would be oversimplifying, but there is that complementarity, that understanding that it's not simply just lifting the lid on free trade, but there's a fairness, a legitimacy element. And the objective, I mentioned this in the introductory conversation, that idea of a balance of rights and obligations in the IP system, in its application, in its governance, if you like, and among those obligations, I don't think it's controversial to say, among those obligations is the need to comply with competition policy principles, one of the issues that we've been talking about. Likewise, a recognition that governments may need to take measures to prevent the abuse of IP rights or unreasonably restrain trade or adversely affect international transfer of technology. Again, not competition policy and IP by the letter directly, but certainly an interacting zone of policy concern. So these ideas are hardwired into the treaty itself. One of the key areas of discussion about IP and competition in a very practical sense is that of parallel importation. If I'm a right holder here in this jurisdiction, can items that are produced, put on the market in a foreign jurisdiction, but imported without my consent, is that appropriate? And this, of course, is left open in the TRIPS agreement, but I would say that this is a critical area, an important area for consideration of IP and competition overlap. And indeed, several of the chapters in the book explore this question and touch on a couple of very significant recent US Supreme Court cases. Let's look at patents and unfair competition. Again, this is a very, very straightforward factual recognition that the idea of compulsory licensing, the idea that patent rights are not absolute, that the government or authorities are entitled to step in and authorize third parties to make use of technology. There's an explicit recognition of the competition policy dimension here, and the idea that compulsory licensing is one of the part of the toolkit in responding to anti-competitive behaviour. Now, Nuno very helpfully touched on the question of what's called unfair competition. And one thing that we discuss in this book, one thing that's I think very important for a broader policy discussion, the relationship between competition policy as such and the idea that we have in historically in intellectual property law of unfair competition. And there's a huge debate about this. I think some of the if I might use the term purist competition policy scholars, are uneasy about unfair competition as a concept. But here it is in the TRIPS agreement. It's also in the Paris Convention, which is built into the TRIPS agreement. So a reminder that there are specific measures that are required to deal with what's seen as unfair commercial behaviour, however you define that. And there's specific examples of that that are mentioned in the TRIPS agreement. I won't go into detail. They have their roots in this provision in the Paris Convention that develops this notion of unfair competition. Scholars and a leading early scholar of international IP law, Stephen Ladas, discusses unfair competition at length, and for him at least, he sees the idea of unfair competition as underpinning each of these specific areas of IP law. And as he says here, it forms the background and constitutes a general principle. And so the specific areas of IP, by this point of view, are simply applications of that broad principle. And again, there's a chapter in the book that explores this idea more generally. The TRIPS agreement also has provision for dealing directly with anti-competitive practices. This is in section 8. And there is if you like, a factual acknowledgement, an agreement built into the treaty saying that, yes, there is such a thing as licensing practice or conditions for IP that do restrain competition and can have adverse effects on trade, the link between trade and competition here, and that may impede the transfer and dissemination of technology. So this is, just factually stating this, that this is a potential phenomenon. It's agreed amongst our members. It's agreed as part of the treaty. The treaty itself gives some guidance of how members may wish to respond to this, and list some potential examples of such anti-competitive behaviour or licensing practices, without making this mandatory. Although interestingly, the agreement does have a mechanism for cross-border cooperation, and that's one of course, the themes more generally today, the need for cross-border cooperation in relation to antitrust or competition policy enforcement. And here we do have a mechanism, I might say very much underutilised in my view, but we have a mechanism agreed, built into our treaty for cross-border cooperation in this area, and something that possibly in today's environment needs careful attention, as does the provisions in the TRIPS agreement on technical cooperation. As I've mentioned earlier, and as we'll hear in the subsequent session, many developing countries have established competition authorities, have established the laws that those authorities give effect to, and a number actually, interestingly, have housed the Intellectual Property Office and the Competition Authority literally in the same building, the same authority. And yet, these are difficult issues. It's a very highly dynamic environment. It's very hard to keep track of current developments in one jurisdiction, let alone globally. And we have provision in the TRIPS agreement for cooperation, technical cooperation, relating to the prevention of the abuse of IP rights. Now, to what extent that is a matter of competition policy as such, I guess there is a debate there, but I think it's indisputable that these concepts overlap very considerably. So that is a further avenue for operation. Likewise, the role of the TRIPS Council, which has indeed recently had discussions about the role of competition policy in relation to IP in the very topical context of ensuring public health outcomes. And there's a number of documents there I mentioned. That brings my presentation to an end. I just wanted to give a general overview of the roots of competition policy law in international cooperation and in the TRIPS agreement itself, and recognizing too that there's room for a lot of multilateral work. Already there's really very significant developments in multiple jurisdictions internationally, and importantly in bilateral and regional agreements. And this is something that we really have to take account of in Geneva. It's not as though that the international work on competition policy has been static. There's a large amount of international law being developed in this area. It just happens to be bilateral and regional. And the developments that Professor Kovačič has just referred to do suggest to me that there is some benefit, at least, in having a systematic review of all these developments in individual jurisdictions and in bilateral and regional agreements from an international perspective. This is certainly not me pleading for a special role for the WTO as such, or any particular institution. In a way, it's too important for that. But certainly, I think objectively, there is a need for that kind of international conversation. We have a number of working papers in this area, including chapters from the volume. And so I would encourage you to have a look at those. Professor Kovačič and Rob Anderson's paper that Bill has just drawn on is there, as is a paper that concerns the comparative study of jurisdictions, which I think is a critical area for our understanding of the relationship between IP and competition today. Because member governments have not sat on their hands since the TRIPS agreement was concluded 25 years ago. They've been extremely active, and there's a great deal to learn from that activity. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm enjoying the chat as well. And I'm looking forward to the ensuing conversation, both today and beyond, because we certainly don't want the conversation to end with this webinar. Thank you so much, Reto, and I pass back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Anthony Tolman, for giving us a very useful overview of all the competition-related provisions that are already contained in the TRIPS agreement as it stands, and sharing some of your insights in terms of how they can be applied and how they could be further developed. So at this point, we have the pleasure and luxury of having a few more minutes to engage in a bit of dialogue with our audience. And I'm very pleased to say that our audience has very kindly and helpfully submitted some questions. I do feel compelled to try to stay on the timetable and hand over the moderation in a timely fashion to our next moderator. But I do think we can, with the good cooperation of all the panelists, have a quick run through of 4 questions, essentially. And I would propose that I direct a question to each of the panelists. And if there is more time at the end, we can perhaps hear from different panelists as well. But in order to ensure that we can cover the questions, I would suggest that I direct questions specifically to one panelist. So if I may begin with Nuno Pires de Carvalho, there was a question that was actually came up in the context of your presentation about the knowledge economy. And the point was made that when IP is, essentially converted into specific and concrete goods and services, this is where we begin to experience trade issues. And so the question was posed as to whether or how this relationship between IP and competition policy could best be managed for the benefit of all countries and the trading system.
Well, I think that this is the question that has called us today and yesterday and tomorrow to talk about is how to combine these two institutional elements. Well, in my view, these are not two different aspects of competition. These are just two flip sides of the same coin, because without intellectual property, which provides the intangible assets for differentiating products and the companies that make and sell the products on one hand, And you need competition policy in order to ensure that those intangible assets are not used in a way that run counter the objectives of competition. So you have the two elements combined under one single concept, which is competition. How to combine them? Well, this is the big issue, as I said. You have to find the criteria as objective as possible. Companies and governments have struggled to find a common ground. Rob was talking about this, and Tony as well, that we and Bill Kovacic, that we went through a period that just the fact that you had a patent, you were automatically deemed as a monopolist. Unfortunately, this is a misunderstanding that comes from the very name of the first modern statute that dealt with the patents, and it was the Statute of Monopolies. So if patents are covered by a statute of monopolies, it's because patents are about monopolies. That's the obvious conclusion for many people. So the thinking is evolving, and exactly my presentation was an attempt to push this thinking a little bit further and take IP and competition policy under the same umbrella, put the two together, and just make the life of citizens more comfortable and more fair. That's what I could say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing this in such a brief space of time. If I may go on directly to the next question, and I would propose that Professor Kovacic try to tackle it, because he has shown a lot of tech savvy and walked us right from the transistor up to the smartphone. So one of our viewers is curious as to the impact of artificial intelligence on the relationship between IP and competition.
First, Reto, I'm glad that you've given us another 3 hours to talk about this topic. I think that's a great plan, and we'll finish up about midnight tonight just on this this question. A couple of thoughts. One thing that I think Rob and I observed, and has been the case of the work of WTO and others, is that a starting place is that competition lawyers have to learn about what AI is and how it works. That is just what is this? Technologists have told us that it's going to pervade just about everything we do, and it is already. It's changing the way businesses operate. It's changing the way public organizations operate as well. So two questions, I think, for competition authorities in particular. One is, how is AI affecting, for good and for bad, the commercial marketplace? For good, introducing a tremendous source of cost reduction and productivity, innovation in delivering products and services, highly attractive, but perhaps also facilitating collusion and coordination among direct competitors and suppressing rivalry in ways that diminishes the overall growth and its fair distribution. Similarly, is AI going to create, on one of Nuno's themes, Tony's themes, is it going to create additional income and wealth imbalances? Will it exacerbate existing imbalances? Will it confer a staggering advantage on those who have elite educations, superior training, existing measures of wealth? Is it going to be a development that propels them into an even higher orbit, but have-nots will watch in amazement and disappointment at how they're not participating in this process? So there's a big distributional issue as well. Also, I'd say for organizations, how can public organizations use AI to do their jobs better? to do the kind of stock taking and analysis that Tony was referring to before? How can organizations use what we might call big public policy data to mine it, to analyze it, to assimilate it, to do better work going ahead? But I'd say a starting point is, to do any of this, you have to know what you're talking about. And lawyers who have been running away from mathematics since they were in formative elementary school are not necessarily well positioned to do this. This has to be a collaboration with data scientists, with computer scientists, which is why I find what the CMA is doing with its data team to be so promising. Instead of trying to catch up with developments to figure out what's going on at each step of the way. So it's a story of conceptual analysis. It's a story also of government and organizational capability.
Thank you very much, Professor Kovačič. I do realize it's a very broad question, but you have given us a very clear sense of what the issues are. The next question would be directed at Robert Anderson, or to Robert Anderson. And actually, there are two separate questions, so I'd be very grateful if you could tackle each one very briefly. I recognize that, again, they are relatively broad questions that would warrant more elaboration, but maybe if you can just give the viewers a brief sense of where you sort of stand on them. So the first one is whether you could identify an example of an agency that could help facilitate cooperation in the field of IP and competition. And I think you have touched a little bit on that in your presentation. And the second question is not related and responds to a comment you made about market power. And so one viewer would be interested to know whether pharma patents and the data protection that is extended to patented pharma products create market power in the pharmaceutical market. So these would be the two questions for you, Rob. And kindly unmute.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for that. And okay, these are great questions. The first one, you asked about an example of an agency that facilitates dialogue and cooperation between the IP and the competition communities. At least that's what I understood. I would say the competition communities and the intellectual property agencies in the US, in the EU, in Canada, and in many jurisdictions around the globe are actually very well engaged in this process and have been engaged in it for a good while. And this has been a source of a lot of the gains in insight and understanding. And but it's also true that, you know, there's been terrific dialogues on these questions in the OECD, for example. And frankly, there was a terrific dialogue on questions of the relationship of intellectual property and competition policy in the original work of the WTO working group way back in 1997 to 2003 or 04. And so we know what to do. And also there are several examples of memoranda of understanding, of common, you know, a discussion fora that have been developed. I know particularly in the US with the FTC and the Patent and Trademark Office, but also very much with the European IP authorities, and they participate in discussions in the OECD Competition Committee. There, of course, World Intellectual Property Organization has been a major forum for bringing these communities together, and UNCTAD. Lots of people are involved in this work, and but I think what has been missing latterly is the trade dimension, and this is why I hope that there will be a restored discussion of these issues in the WTO as well as in other organizations. Continuing. Now, great question about pharma patents. And indeed, in my talk, I said that in many cases, intellectual property rights do not give rise to market power in the sense that it is understood and applied by competition agencies. That implies that in some cases, IP rights do give rise to such market power. And it's really an empirical question of whether this is the case with respect to particular patents. And it certainly can be the case with respect to patents in the pharmaceutical sector. And we just, again, each case needs to be examined on its own merits. And we need to, and the particular, what competition agencies look to in analyzing these questions is the availability of substitutes. And for most, but not all pharmaceutical products, there will be substitutes in the market. And that's the way we need to address this question. Thanks.
So much, Robert Anderson, for giving us 2 responses for the price of 1. Excellent, thank you. That brings me to the last question from our viewers, and I would suggest to direct it to Anthony Toltman. And it asks for a reaction to a statement on an aspect that you have already touched upon and that others have already touched upon. And so the statement goes, by definition, IP law is anti-competitive, but to some extent, its effects are not anti-competitive. So the invitation is for you to react to that and perhaps illustrate, I guess, how it can not have anti-competitive effects. And one separate viewer also was approaching with the same question, and specifically from a developing country, perspective, and asking why, not allowing competition in the IP law context does not stifle innovation and is not ultimately at the expense potentially of developing countries who seek to grow and introduce their products into the world market.
Well, these are fantastic questions, and I would say I'm extremely grateful for the questions because they, in a sense, reassure me that this whole project has been justified, because those central questions are what have driven this project forward. And if you like, there's a concern that if we have an inbuilt assumption that these policy objectives are inherently at odds with each other, then, if you like, both mechanisms will fail, will be suboptimal. And it is looking for that positive sum aspect that is so important. And you will see this threaded through the chapters in the volume. And if responding to Bill's questions took us through to midnight, I mean, this would take us a week, because it really, this will be something, and I think you've given us a theme for the actual launch of the book, but let me address it in very brief terms. I think the understanding is that we move from the idea of competition in a static context to one in a dynamic context. And in a dynamic context, innovation is a form of competition. So, exactly using those terms, by promoting innovation, you are promoting a form of competition. Likewise, if competition policy is so heavy-handed that it suppresses the capacity of innovators to bring their products to the market, likewise, that form of competition policy objectives is suppressed. If competition policy, or if social and economic well-being was about simply all existing goods and services being available at the lowest possible cost, and that's it, and there's nothing new, then maybe there would be a difficulty here. But in fact, we understand competition policy as being about promoting innovation. and I think that's the pivot. I think that's the critical way of understanding it. And if it's also a reminder that both intellectual property policy and its practice, and competition policy and its practice, both can go too far, if you like. The public is not served by patents that are either invalid, that are improperly granted, or that choke off an entire industry, or that would last perpetually. I mean, equally, if competition policy put genuine innovators out of business, then we would be worse off. So it's a reminder that both mechanisms are not meant to be absolute, and they, if you like, if seen in harness in a complementary way, they end up being mutually supportive. But that is not easy. It is not easy by any means, and that's why the work that you'll hear shortly about the work of a wide range of competition authorities to develop guidelines in this area is so important. But that's other authors, our other editors, Nuno, for example, have written extensively about this, and I would say please stay tuned for the actual launch of the volume, because we can make this an overarching theme, because that's really why the volume exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony Tillman, for unpacking, at least provisionally, this very complex issue, and for giving us appetite for more for the book launch. So I think, given the hour that we have already more than exhausted our time budget, I would propose to wrap up this panel session here. I would be remiss if I did not once more thank each and every one of our distinguished guests and panelists for their very substantial and insightful contributions, and for sharing their experience and expertise. We're most grateful for that, and I would encourage everyone, obviously, to take the time to look at the book and study in much more detail the thoughts that each of these gentlemen have developed in their contributions in the book. So once more, a big thank you from all of us at the Secretariat to our panelists, and especially those of you who are in the Western Hemisphere and have made a particular effort to get up at an unholy hour of the day. So thank you so much again. Have a good day. We look forward to hearing more and reading more from all of you. And at this point, I hand over the floor to my co-moderator, Dan Pruzin, for the next segment. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Great, thank you very much, Reto. I'll take over from here, and welcome everyone as we move on to our next program in this webinar. We will examine the perspectives on the IP competition nexus. As we heard in the earlier presentations from Rob, Nuno, William, and Anthony, there are two major trends impacting the interface between intellectual property and competition policy. The disruptive impact of new technologies and the increasing recognition and attention paid by policymakers on knowledge and human capital as ingredients for economic and social welfare. Competition policy, once seen as a concern amongst a handful of developed countries, has gone global, with enforcement decisions in one jurisdiction increasingly having repercussions for other jurisdictions. And as we heard from Anthony at the very beginning, 140 competition authorities now established throughout the world. And as Rob pointed out as well, we're seeing increased attention focused in a lot of leading developing countries to the issue of the competition policy and intellectual property. As Rob, I think, pointed out as well, there's an increasing awareness of the potential for policy clashes and the need to renew international dialogue on intellectual property and competition policy so that sound and balanced norms can be developed in this area. With that, we have an impressive lineup of speakers this afternoon to offer their perspectives on the nexus between intellectual property and competition policy. Most of them contributed to various chapters of the new publication, which of course you heard about earlier. Those who will be speaking, first of all, we have Giovanni Napolitano, Director of Intellectual Property and Competition Policy at the World Intellectual Property Organization. He will be followed by Antonella Salguero Medzgolitz, legal consultant with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Following Antonella will be Ariel Katz, Associate Professor in the Faculty of Law at the University of Toronto. We'll also hear from my colleague, Nadia Spoyasheva, Legal Affairs Officer at the Intellectual Property Division here at the WTO. And then finally, we have Elena Sima from the Graduate Institute at the University of Geneva, who will be tying it all together and providing some comments on the perspectives provided. We'll then open it up to questions from the audience. So I'm going to first turn to Giovanni Napolitano, who I mentioned earlier is the Director of Intellectual Property and Competition Policy at WIPO. Giovanni earlier worked for the Italian Competition Authority in different capacities, holding managerial positions as Director of the Authority's Secretariat and of the International Affairs Department before joining WIPO's Intellectual Property and Competition Policy Division in November of 2010. There, he works on policy issues concerning the IP competition interface. I'll now pass on the floor to Giovanni. I hope you're there. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you to WTO and Tony for this invitation. Let me say at the very beginning that I feel extremely lucky to have been able to work together in the working of this coming book with people that are so dedicated to the IP and competition interplay. And we could see that they are extremely dedicated, or at least I could have the proof of it, when I heard, I think, Nuno Carvalho saying that when he was in Rio de Janeiro on a beautiful beach with his wife, looking at the ocean, his first thought was about intellectual property. I think that's the measure of how involved all these friends and colleagues are in the IP and competition interplay. Of course, I also feel a little bit uneasy to speak after such very well-known scholars in the field. When they have explained how the interplay between IP and competition has evolved over time, and how competition law enforcement agencies have also changed the way in which they assess certain conducts in IP-related investigations. But I think, and I think Rob has touched upon that, but I think what has also changed dramatically is how countries have grown exponentially in their use of the intellectual property systems, both at the national and at the international level. Just to give you an example, which is of course very well known, but China has gone from 300,000 national patents filed in 2010 to 1.3 million in 2019. And during the same period, between 2010 and 2019, it went from 1.1 million trademarks to 8.6 million trademarks in 2019. Now, similar trends can be seen in other Asian countries, but in general, IP has become a crucial asset for companies around the world to be competitive. I would even go to say that it has become an essential asset. And also let me say that this trend is affecting as well many developing economies, where the use of IP system has also increased significantly over the past 20 years. And we don't have to think about the IP system only as the patent system. There's trademarks, there are designs, copyright, trade secret. I think it's a whole package that has seen over the past 2 decades a dramatic increase in its use. As a result of that, a study published by WTO in 2017 showed that income from intangible assets increased by 75% between 2000 and 2014 in real terms. And it represents almost 1/3 of the total value of manufactured goods worldwide. Now, this is an indication to me that the interplay between IP and competition is meant to increase in the coming years. Several speakers have before mentioned the number of competition authorities around the world. All members of WIPO have their national IP offices. So the two areas will be working with each other more and more in the coming years. But this is also witnessed by the number of competition guidelines on intellectual property issued by several agencies around the world. And this will be presented later in this session. Now, what I would like to focus my short presentation is what is WIPO going to do in the near future in this area. As Nuno mentioned, I think he was the leading engine for IP and competition work in WIPO. The program is now being revamped. The new Director General of WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang, has put a particular emphasis on the IP and competition policy interface, and therefore there will be new activities and programs carried out by the organization. So, first of all, we will continue in our effort to bring together the IP and competition communities to facilitate a dialogue between IP offices and antitrust agencies on the interplay between IP and competition. And this will be done with a focus on developing and emerging economies. And this has been mentioned by several speakers before. The dialogue is an essential element for progressing the discussion in these issues. And let me say that these dialogues, in effect, also happens under the same roof in several countries. And the one that comes immediately to my mind is Peru, where in fact the competition agency and the intellectual property agency are under the same roof. They are part of the same institution. So that is to me also a sign that the two elements are not at all in conflict with each other, but they can work very well together. And in fact, the possibility of the two teams to work together and to exchange views and discussions on this issue is very important. So this is the first element. The second element is that as part of this exercise, we also intend to focus on unfair competition. So not only the antitrust part, the abuse of dominance, collusion, mergers, but also unfair competition. So the area that concerns deceptive and fraudulent trading practices that have a tremendous impact on consumers. And our work will focus on policies and practical tools that can protect intellectual property right holders from a dishonest use of their IP assets. And needless to say, all this work can only be done in cooperation with other international organizations, starting, of course, with WTO, but also UNCTAD and OECD, with whom we have collaborated in the past. Now, the third element is that we will engage in discussions concerning those markets at the frontier of new technologies, including digital platforms, where the debate between regulation and competition may have not fully analyzed the impact on IP strategies in the private sector. WIPO, I think, in the past has been not always engaged in discussions on this kind of markets. We have done, I think, a great work on the so-called trilateral study with WHO and WTO on healthcare markets that has already been mentioned before. But I think you will see more engagement in topics that may look uncomfortable for the IP community, but we intend to develop a thoughtful and stimulating discussion also in these markets. Fourth, and finally, we want to engage more non-governmental organizations and the private sector to get first-hand views and concerns regarding the interplay between IP and competition. I believe that this is an important area and that we need more input from civil society, from industry, in order to get a better picture of the dynamics of the IP and competition interplay. Now, while this may be a very ambitious agenda, we really hope to count on our colleagues and friends and sister organizations and elsewhere to work together on this challenging and fascinating area. And with that, I will stop my presentation. I would like to thank you again for having invited me, and I will be looking for hearing the next presentations. Back to you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, and thank you for that good overview of what's happening at WIPO. When you mentioned that the IP community may be having some uncomfortable discussions coming up, and I guess that's not the first time that'll happen. I recall back in my old days when I was a journalist, the Introduction to Development agenda was also something that some found uncomfortable as well, but it turned out to be a very valuable exercise. So at this point, I will turn now to Antonella Salgueiro, who's not only a legal consultant for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, but also serves as Secretary General for the International Chamber of Commerce's national chapter in Paraguay. As an attorney, Antonella has dealt with issues related to both competition and IP matters, and she has done extensive research on competition issues, including its interface with public procurement, state-owned enterprises, and intellectual property. I'm also proud to say that Antonella took part in the WTO's Young Professionals Program in 2018, so it's great to see our former YPs moving on to bigger and better things. Antonella, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. And it's my pleasure actually to be here back at WTO, although virtually, and be here today with you and my fellow panelists to discuss nowadays very relevant link between IP and competition law and policy. I'm going to make the customary question, but can everyone see my screen? It's okay? Perfect, thank you. So as the title of this session demands perspective on the existing nexus of IP and competition, I will provide today some perceptions on anti-competitive practices that are currently being handled in the pharma industry. More specifically, on how patents could be actually used or very much misused to thwart generic entry, competition, and thus impede general access to affordable medicines. So, to provide some background, let's first consider the overly mentioned conception that IP and competition are contradictory. This is not necessarily the case. In fact, as Rob mentioned earlier today, both are very much complementary systems of law, which strive for further welfare and growth, development and innovation. As we see here, what is actually desirable is to balance the potential monopoly-like created by created by patents related to the treatment of particular conditions on the one hand, and the need to reward investment on the other, given that only a minority of pharmaceutical drugs are and the investments are actually pretty high in this industry. All of this should be considered carefully, considering the sensibility of the pharma sector and how originators may abuse existing patent and judicial system to their advantage and harming these manner consumers and users. Going back a little bit to the issue of competing public policy goals, I would like to present the system as clocks interacting with one another, but that only fit and work correctly when such clocks are actually well set into place. First, we have the TRIPS agreement, which has been for the last 2 decades the overarching force ensuring appropriate patent protection at the multilateral level, including for pharmaceutical compounds. Also, the TRIPS includes a specific recognition of the legitimate interests of WTO members to protect what is public health goals, as well as elements related to the role of competition policy vis-a-vis IPRs, as mentioned by Tony earlier today. At the same time, we have national legislations which have been adopted not only to ensure that there are mechanisms that facilitate patent protection, but also there to ensure generic entry, foster competition, and eventually bring down prices for consumers. All of these are complemented by competition rules, which act as an additional oversight of the system, especially in relation to the behavior of originators or brand name producers. What this means is that actually it's not, although there may be some faults or market failures related to regulatory issues or the regulatory IP system, it's not always the IP system that is pretty much faulty. Sometimes it's actually the abuse or the actions of these originators which are actually misusing the system to create some situations which end up restricting competition. So in that sense, in our research for the recently mentioned volume, which will be published soon, we have looked into different practices in the pharma industry based on limitations created by existing patents across a wide set of jurisdictions, including not only those considered forerunners and where competition issues are always at hand, but also in developing economies, which have been showing that overall they are showing more and more interest at the intersection of IP and competition matters. These practices are reverse payment patent settlements or pay-for-delay agreements, product switching practices or product hopping practices, and the practice of evergreening patents through minor variations. Here, besides going through landmark cases that have pretty much set the tone for the existing analysis criteria, such as, for example, Actavis in the US or Lundbeck in the EU, we have also pondered the following question, and that is, actually, do the characteristics of the pharmaceutical market and the existing regulatory mechanisms, including those that are there to increase competition and seek a generic entry, are actually enablers or facilitate certain anti-competitive practices? So, looking at patent settlements or paid-for-delay agreements, these usually restrict generic competition by transferring some benefit, monetary or not, to the impending generic, either upon the expiration of the patent or as a settlement in the context of a patent infringement litigation, buying the originator extra time in the market as a sole supplier. Here, it should be mentioned that not all reverse payment settlements are anti-competitive. Actually, many of these settlements are actually providing certain economic efficiency, and they are helping to avoid expensive patent litigation and expensive time that is being lost through these trials. Nonetheless, we have to take into account that some elements of the systems are created to actually encourage generic entry, may facilitate collusion. For instance, the provided exclusivity period for first generic filers in the US or certain Hatch-Waxman patent settlements could provide specific insider information, as well as an umbrella under which such agreements could flourish. For example, here we have the originator, and then we have direct information on who is the generic entry, making it easier to actually get into certain anti-competitive negotiations that would thwart generic competition and generic entry in the market. So, on product switching, we have also analyzed that though this is a general valid practice, and it is a legal practice, and it's pretty much used by marketing through different pharma industries, it is actually the set strategy that could restrict competition. And this strategy involves withdrawing the older product from the market, even before the patent has expired, and introducing the reformulated drug patent with a minor variation for which a generic is still not available for a time. What happens here is that this hinders the objective of substitution laws, which are enacted in many jurisdictions, and delay competition for the reformulated drug. the competition issues originate from the conduct of the originator, nevertheless, and going back to our question of the market system, it should also be considered whether the IP system and some lax patentability requirements will facilitate this scheme, making it easier for originators to patent certain minor or secondary patterns and continue the evergreening of such. And this takes us to the evergreening concerns, which especially when it doubtfully extends the patent's commercial life. As such, if the reformulation confers little or no therapeutic benefit in relation to the original version, the brand original drug, then monopoly's power is being artificially preserved with no offsetting pro-competitive effects. In some jurisdictions, amendments, for example, in order to tackle this issue, some amendments of the IP legislation have been adopted. For example, in Australia, in India, and Argentina, I think in Israel as well. So what they have been looking into is to actually restrict secondary patents being granted, including those for second therapeutic uses, in order to increase generic entry and increase generic competition at the level when the patent has actually expired, when the original patent has actually expired. So considering these practices, it becomes relevant to actually ponder whether it becomes necessary to evaluate the existing patentability requirements, especially in relation to pharmaceutical products, which, as I mentioned, is a very sensible market, while also taking into account that this could at the same time impair innovation and dynamic efficiency. So we have here two issues that need to be balanced. Either we restrict or we regulate the patentability criteria in order to avoid certain anti-competitive practices, but at the same time, certain actions related to this will also impair innovation and efficiency. So these are things that have to be really taken into account and should not be taken into account. This must be taken into account into the context, not only of one economy, but considering that these usually tend to have cross-border effects, these should be taken more into a regional context or even at a multilateral context. In this context, competition enforcement becomes essential to actually compensate for failures of the IP system and related regulatory framework. Actually, the need to further discuss and debate issues related to IP has been already submitted by some economists to the WTO TRIPS Council in 2018, I think 2019. So these issues are here, and I believe that these issues should be still considered, and there is so much ground to work here in this forum or in any other that's related to IP and competition. And finally, on the issues to consider, it is really important to mention that we need to distinguish what is actually investment in innovation, which is creating this dynamic efficiency, new products, new issues, new things for consumers, versus which are investments in impairing competition, which will be just investments in marketing strategies like product switching, the investment in taking and withdrawing products, marketing in patenting patenting minor variation of the molecule, and things like that could just lead to the restriction of competition in the pharmaceutical market. So for chapters of this volume, we have research, as I mentioned, across different jurisdictions, including these forerunners, the EU, US, Canada, Japan, all that have like really big pharmaceutical markets. But considering my background, I would like to just detail a little bit about the Latin American experience, and what is actually happening in these markets. Because what we see here is that actually these issues that are happening in the US, in the EU, in Canada, are also happening here in Latin America, but the market moves a little bit different. And I don't want to say slower, but there is no much, the main issue is that competition is not moving fast enough as in other countries. So what we see here is that actually, although there is a generic market, generic entry is actually slower and delayed by 2 years in average. That is in comparison to the US, where generic entry usually happens almost immediately after the expiration date of the patent, and the EU, where generic entry happens in an average of 7 months after the expiration of the patents. Also, generics do not pose actually sufficient competitive constraint. In Latin America, the average of generic competitors for each branded drug is only 2.8 versus 10.1, which is in the US. So there are not many generics that are entering into a market in order to create some competitive constraint in order to create these benefits and affordable medicine for consumers. And last, there are certain regulations or actually lack thereof, which for instance do not facilitate generic penetration of the market, including, for example, lack substitution laws, or the patent leakage system. Even if there is, it's very limited. It's not actually really related to the drug. It's out in the open and sort of create confusion on actually what is the molecule or the patent that is actually related to the patent or the drug. So for the purpose of for this purpose, I actually considered a combination of an adjusted regulatory framework, public policy, and advocacy may serve to actually create a more competitive market. How? By setting, for example, clear patent linkages rules to avoid abusive claims, as well as specific criteria related to granting secondary or minor patents. Also, it's important and relevant to mention that increasing access to information is very relevant, so to promote actually generic entry. In Latin America, although there are some bolder provisions in certain legislations, these are actually not widely provided in most of the countries. In addition, implementing substitution laws, which actually facilitate the entry and prescription of generics. And last but not least, what I see that's happening here, and it's very different from other jurisdictions, is that the use of generics or biosimilars, it's still a bit, I don't want to say taboo, but it's a little bit not well seen. So for example, there is this notion that still that generics are lower quality medicines and people just tend to reject generics, and in that manner, it should be important to actually create some consensus or advocacy that actually generics are there to actually help competition in the market, and that these are as good as the brand name originator drug. So just to conclude and provide overall comments. Overall, I consider that competition enforcement, surveillance of the market, and advocacy are become actually really relevant, and to preserve a healthy balance between intellectual property rights and competition policy goals in the pharma sector. In addition, it is also necessary to mention that international dialogue is also encouraged. International dialogue does not mean that actually a unified criterion for analysis is warranted, but it becomes necessary to promote jurisdictional cross-fertilization and peer learning across different jurisdictions, as issues related to IP and competition are no longer the preoccupation of just a few jurisdictions and have migrated across different economies, including mostly BRICS economies and other developing ones in Latin America as well. Finally, it's important to take the wider context into account. Why? Because there are different public policy concerns, including related to IP, public health, and the trade context. And these may differ from one country to the other, leading to different criteria and analysis. So to this end, I would like to end just by saying that the WTO will actually serve as an appropriate forum to continue the conversation related to the intersection of IP and competition, as well as other trade-related matters. And actually, to this end, I think that trade is the key that could complement the work of the intersection of IP and competition, and as such, the WTO will be the natural forum to continue such discussions. So that is all for me, and thank you very much. And as I said before, it's actually my pleasure to be back at the WTO talking about these issues that I pretty much love in my heart. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Thank you, Antonella. Thank you for that overview there. You noted, of course, the more and more the intersection between IP and competition policy is growing in importance in developing economies. On those issues you talked about, the evergreening of patents, reverse payment of patent settlements, and others. And thank you for the views on the Latin American experience and the insight regarding generic medicines. I wasn't aware of that, so that was interesting to know. and also your reflections on the importance of international dialogue on these issues and seeing the WTO as the appropriate forum for conversation on this. Thank you very much for those insights. I would now like to turn the floor over to Ariel Katz. A little bit of background about Ariel. He previously worked as the staff attorney at the Israeli Antitrust Authority. And then between 2009 and 2012, Ariel was the director of the Center for Innovation Law and Policy at the University of Toronto. Ariel's general area of research involves economic analysis of competition law and intellectual property law. And he currently teaches courses on intellectual property, cyber law, and the intersection of competition law and intellectual property. He also shares his current thoughts on these issues on his blog, which you can find at arielkatz.org. Ariel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Don, for the introduction. Can you all hear me well? Yes.
Yes, we can.
And yeah, and thank you, Tony, Rob, and Yuna for inviting me to contribute to the book and and to participate in this webinar and more generally be part of this dialogue. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is competition policy in copyright, and I emphasize the in, and I'll say in a few seconds what I mean by in, but so bear this in mind. But before that, what I want to start is with contrasting two views about the relationship between intellectual property and competition law and policy from a somewhat recent US Supreme Court case that involves patents. It actually involves a reverse payment settlement case that Antonello discussed before. So the case is FTC v. Actavis. And Chief Justice Roberts, writing for the dissent, made the following observation. The point of antitrust law is to encourage competitive markets to promote consumer welfare. The point of patent law is to grant limited monopolies as a way of encouraging innovation. So a patent provides an exception to antitrust law, and the scope of the patent, that is, the rights conferred by the patent, form the zone within which the patent holder may operate without facing antitrust liability. So essentially, he sees the relationship as something like that. So we have a sea of competition, and in this sea of competition, there are islands of exclusivity conferred by IP. And anything that you do on the island is legal and therefore cannot give rise to antitrust liability. Okay, that's one view. Justice Breyer, writing for the majority, says, yes, but patent and antitrust policies are both relevant in determining the scope of the patent monopoly. And consequently, antitrust law immunity that is conferred by a patent. Okay, so both areas of law are relevant to determine that scope of the patent. So we can think about what Breyer says. He says he does not disagree with this perhaps metaphor of the island and the sea, but it says it's a little more complicated, right? So we know there are areas that we know. For example, the bottom left is clearly the sea, no question about that. And the area with the trees on the island is clearly the island. But what about the sandy area, or even a little further, or with the tide? Sometimes it's land, sometimes it's sea. You can stand there. Is this part of the island, or is it part of the sea? And the answer to this question, says Breyer, comes from a combination of both patent law and competition law, competition policies more broadly. Okay, so that the case was about patent, but I'm going to talk more specifically about copyright. But the starting point is that how those two areas of law determine the scope of intellectual property rights. Okay, so the main point that I want to emphasize is that we have competition law or antitrust law that affects the scope of IP from the outside, but we also have built-in competition policies that shape the scope of IP rights from the inside. And okay, so now I want to clarify what I mean by the inside or the outside, or from within or from the outside. So when I talk about the scope of from within, or calibrating the scope of IP from within, so these are the question of how IP laws itself allocate rights between whom we call owners and those we call users. So the law grants certain exclusive right to owners, but those rights are limited. So there are things that other people can do with the information subject to the IP without infringing. So these allocations affect the scope of the IP. So questions such as what is the subject matter that is subject to exclusivity, what constitutes infringement, what are the defenses that are available, exceptions, what are the remedies, all of those together, the answers to all of those questions together and others define the scope of the zone of exclusivity and what is the island. And these are questions that regularly arise in IP litigation. And as I will show soon, one way we can think about how the answers to many of those questions reflect some built-in competition considerations. So that's from within. From the outside, the issue is how other laws, not the IP laws themselves, but the laws that are in the system but not part of the IP, for example, competition law, affect or limit the scope of those IP rights. So in the context of competition law, so you may have the IP, but you may or may not enter into certain type of agreements with other IP holders or with other companies. Competition law may have something to say about licensing restrictions, abuse of dominance. Okay, so the issue there is not to determine whether you have IP and what is the scope, okay, what is the island, but how far can you go? Can you increase the market power that you have through certain agreements, or prevent competition that otherwise would have eroded your market power? And in some cases, they are rare, but also competition law may have something to say about if you exploit your market power in an excessively, right? If the prices are deemed to be too high or supply too low, sometimes competition law, again, depending on the jurisdiction, may also have to do something about that. Okay, so that's the difference that I want to draw here between those competition policies from the outside and those from within IP law itself. Okay, so most of the discussion that we have in the sphere of IP and competition is about from the outside. I want to draw our attention to competition policies from the inside, and I'm going to use the case of copyright law to demonstrate some of those policies. Okay, why copyright? Because first it gives nice examples, but another reason is that in the history of copyright, you can say that competition policy was there at the cradle of copyright. So the first, or what's usually sometimes referred to as the first copyright statute, the Statute of Anne from 1709 in the United Kingdom. Okay, so we often treat it as the first copyright statute, but if you look at the context where it was enacted and also some of its provisions, we can also see it is the first copyright legislation that confers rights to authors, but it is also at the same time was legislation against the monopoly of the stationers company that until that point had a collective monopoly over the book trade. So some features of the Statute of Anne were there to actually attempt to break the monopoly of the stationers. and prevent it from re-emerging. So, for example, that the vesting of the rights in authors rather than the publishers, because the system that had before, the publishers were those who asserted the rights. But we can think about vesting the rights with authors as an attempt to decentralize the market, because typically there would be many more authors than publishers. The study then also created a limited duration for copyright for 14 years that could be extended to another 14 years, but only if the author is alive. So even if the author assigned the copyright to a publisher, after 14 years, if they're alive, the copyright reverts back to the author, and the author can assign it to another publisher. Okay, so that can also be seen as a decentralizing measure. There were some control over excessive pricing if prices were too high. There also provision about demanding mandatory deposit of books in certain libraries of universities and other institutions that would provide free access to books. And there was also a remedy against some exclusionary practices of the stationers if they declined to register someone's copyright, so there was a way to get around that. Okay, so we have those competitive elements in the moment copyright was born, but not all of them remained, but still some remain, some are still with us today, some are newer. So I'm going to talk about 4 examples, we'll see, or maybe less depending on the time. The issue of duration of copyright, the issue of the distinction between protection of the lack of protection for facts and ideas, and copyright that exists only in expressions, but not in the underlying facts or ideas. How fair dealing or fair use we can think about is incorporating those competition policies, and the same thing about the first sale doctrine or exhaustion. Okay, so first, the duration of copyright. Why is this a competition policy lever? That may seem, the first point maybe seem quite intuitive, because when the copyright expires, the book becomes public domain, everyone can freely copy it, publish it, sell it, and then we don't have any legal restriction on that, and we have free competition with respect to the work. But there's another element, which is that public domains books also, they don't only compete within the same book, but they also compete with new books. Okay, so old books that may be public domain compete with new books. Now, of course, the longer the term of copyright is, those competitive elements are delayed for longer times, but they still exist. So we can see, for example, in this slide, the work from Paul Hield, that old books, public domain books, and that's kind of what we see in the center of the slide, when works go out of copyright, there is actually quite high demand for them, and they are available in large numbers. When they are still in copyright, the newer ones are available, that's on the right side. But between the period, the long that they are in copyright, they're actually suppressed. Once the copyright expires, they re-enter the market and compete with new ones. Okay, so I'm looking at the time. So we're going to have a lot of time to talk about the examples, the other examples, but one way to think about our common thread in many of those examples and how they operate, and their question there is how to allocate rights between owners and users. And there are 3 criteria that we can think about, both normatively, this is how things should be done, but also in many cases, this is actually how things are done. And the 3 are the following. So one question is, which I call in the chapter, the incentive sufficiency. Okay, we want to allocate uses that generate marginally high incentive to create. We want to allocate them to owners, because that would create the incentive that we're interested in. But type of uses that do not really undermine the incentives, there may be good reasons to allow users to do them. Another consideration is who is in a better position to utilize the work. Okay, so if I wrote a book, I know what I have in mind, and I know what I want to do with this. I choose a publisher whom I think might be the best publisher to bring my book to market and market it and sell it. So I and the publisher may have comparative advantage at some point with respect to some uses, but there are many other uses that could be done with my book with which neither of us have any comparative advantage. So the law, it made good sense to allocate the rights to those who have the comparative advantage to those, and other type of uses to those who might have comparative advantage in the other type of uses. And the third issue is about transaction costs, right? Because regardless of the initial allocation that the law may determine, parties can always reallocate when they enter into deals. So if those deals are possible, then the initial allocation may not be that important. But the reality is that transaction costs of various types are prevalent, and therefore the initial allocation, it does matter a lot, which makes it makes the first and the second consideration highly important. Now, we're running out of time, so I don't have time to go into the examples, but we can leave it maybe to some of the in the question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariel, for that overview of the calibration of IP and competition law from outside and within, in particular your focus on those built-in competition policies within copyright. And I appreciate, as a non-expert, very much your visuals. That island slide made us, I think, all long for a nice long overseas holiday, which hopefully one day we'll be able to do. I'll now move on to Nadia Sporisheva, who, as I mentioned earlier, works in the intellectual property, government procurement and competition division here at the World Trade Organization. Her responsibilities include the administration of the WTO's government procurement agreement, related technical assistance activities, and research on government procurement and competition policy, including its interface with intellectual property. Nadia previously worked in various roles for the UN Economic Commission for Europe, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, as well as the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and the Foreign Trade Analytical Center in Russia. Nadia, the floor is yours.
Oops, sorry. Mute button disappeared somehow. Well, thanks very much, Dan, for this very kind introduction. And it is my great pleasure to join this fantastic panel and many collaborators with whom we worked for an extensive period of time for this book project. And my presentation today will focus on some of the findings we did with other colleagues in the WTO. And you heard some references from editors already about this comparative chapter, which we prepared for the book, but which also exists as in a form of the WTO working paper, and you see the link at the bottom. So we did the comparative analysis on how the interface of competition policy and IP is working in various jurisdictions. So here is a brief overview of what we actually looked at, and I will explain why we decided to look at these issues. So as you already heard that many developed jurisdictions, they were really front runners in this process, and they have been establishing competition policy guidelines since, as Rob mentioned, since 1970s, DIF9 knows. And also Japan and Korea, they have been very active in this process. But also what we saw, and very importantly, that emerging economies are becoming very active in that regard. And of course, this is very much linked to the fact that they have established competition authorities, competition laws, many of them recently. And of course, this thinking about the interface of competition policy and IP is evolving. So we looked at the BRICS economies in that regard. So in terms of the elements which we analyzed, so as the pillar element, we looked at the competition agency guidelines, and you will see that developed jurisdictions have those, and they actively keep amending those to address some of the emerging issues as well. But importantly, what also forms part of this very crucial discussion on this subject, we looked also at policy statements, advocacy initiatives, and enforcement activities in many instances. And you will see actually that, for instance, for BRICS economies, enforcement activities are actually triggering in many instances this normative work. And for instance, I can refer to the case of Russia, where some of the cases, including Google, they really trigger certain amendments and discussions for these amendments in the framework of anti-monopoly package in Russia. In terms of issues we looked at, as a traditional issue, we looked at the treatment of licensing practices, also including refusals to license. But as well, very importantly, we looked at the novel issues, including anti-competitive patent settlements, issues concerning standard essential patents, and conduct of patent assertion entities. And Antonella already provided some of the background with regard to some of these issues. And of course, these issues, these novel issues, are becoming increasingly important with regard to the public health dimension, and also with regard to digital economy developments we are experiencing. So kind of to bring a little bit back and elaborate further about what Rob was telling us and Bill Kovacic was telling us in terms of how this evolution of thought was happening. So we already heard about the US in terms of how initially per se approach, and how these 9 no's from 1970s, they evolved to something really based on rule of reason approach, based on economic evidence approach. And of course, US was a front runner in that regard, and US was an inspiration for many countries to develop related guidelines and look at these issues. And of course, here we have Canada, which of course also looked at these issues in the framework of its regional cooperation with the US, in the framework of old NAFTA. And of course, extensive learning experience was happening between two countries. But what we also see with regard to Canada, that Canada was very active recently in relation to novel issues, issues of standard essential patents and also patent assertion entities. So we see how Canada now is bringing these issues into its formal guidelines. And the difference between two countries now, where we see that the US at the moment keeps these novel issues as part of advocacy initiatives and policy statements, and of course provides extensive elaboration on these issues, but in this different format. Another important front runner in this process, of course, the EU, and I think there are some important considerations to be made with regard to the EU. So what we see that originally, kind of going back to the history of the European integration, the original focus of the EU was on the single market, and it kind of formed the approach of the EU at that time, where the EU developed rules where EU Commission had preempted role over national competition laws of the EU member states in the cases where there was risk that anti-competitive behavior might affect trade within EU member states. But what we also saw that over time, EU's approach became much more balanced, and these single market considerations are only one of the factors at what EU is currently looking when they're doing their enforcement activities. So next we have Japan and Korea, and they also had initially a bit different approach comparing to the US, comparing to the EU. And here they really shaped policies around dissemination of technology and kind of creating incentives to disseminate this technology. So their original focus was on industrial policy. And Japan and Korea now, what we see, they have as well very much more balanced approach to these issues. They're also quite active in addressing novel issues in their guidelines. So we see really that all developed countries, they evolved in terms of their policy thinking with regard to these issues, and increasingly use rule of reason approach in that regard. So this is being said about developed countries, but what we see in emerging economies and in our actual case of the BRICS economies. So in most BRICS economies, they haven't yet developed dedicated guidelines with regard to IP and competition. The exception here of China, which only last year established IP competition guidelines, which actually as well look at novel issues and really adds significantly to this discussion. And as some of the scholars indicate, that these IP competition guidelines by China were significantly based as well on the US approach. In terms of other economies, what we see that while there are certain elements in the competition laws which to a significant extent they indicate the exemption of IP from the competition law, but we see how advocacy initiatives and enforcement experience of these countries is triggering the fact that there is need to address these issues in the emerging economies. So this is a very significant development in that regard. And of course, a lot of learning experience happening in the BRICS economies themselves. I know that they have developed a dedicated BRICS center, which is looking at the competition issues. And of course, they discuss significantly and learn from developed economies in that regard. So in terms of issues we looked at, and here really at the bottom level, we have licensing practices. And in that regard, we really see that a significant degree of convergence has been happening. And actually in all jurisdictions, both developed and developing jurisdictions. And what we see that generally licensing practices, they are either exempted or in line with competition laws, but some of the provisions such as grant backs, for instance, or resale price maintenance, they can be subject to the scrutiny by competition agencies. In terms of refusal to license, while we see that this element has been addressed by all jurisdictions. All jurisdictions look at this issue. We see some conflicting thoughts in that regard. And while some jurisdictions, they may scrutinize a refusal to license as an abuse of dominance, there are also jurisdictions which consider this as a right, as an inherent right of the IP holder. So interestingly, with regard to BRICS economies have been increasingly using compulsory license as a tool to address anti-competitive conduct, and as well as a tool for merger clearance. Okay, so then we also have these novel issues, which I indicated already. They haven't been addressed extensively in the formal guidelines, and they exist in the cases of Canada, Japan, and Korea, and to some extent China in their novel guidelines. But this is not to say that there is no interest from other jurisdictions. US, for instance, they have extensive policy statements with regard to all of these issues. And of course, BRICS economies, they also look at these issues quite extensively. So getting to the conclusion, so what we see actually while we did this analysis, and this was an extensive analysis, as you have seen with a number of my colleagues at that time. And at the moment then we started working on these issues, we had one set of developments, but interestingly, over years while we were working on this project for the book, we saw how things kept developing actually, and we were updating this chapter, I would say, several times to reflect these new developments, and specifically coming from the BRICS economies, because these are the countries which are very active in that regard. So what we see that indeed there is a great interest in these issues from developing and developed countries, and importantly, that there is as well a significant level of learning experience ongoing between countries. And our comparison of guidelines and related initiatives showed that there is a significant degree of convergence happening. And importantly, this convergence is also due to countries' regional cooperation, as I mentioned in relation to NAFTA, but as well what we see that, for instance, in the framework of the European, well, obviously European Union, of course, but as well in the framework of the Eurasian Economic Union, which is relevant to some emerging economies as well. So this is not to say that this issue has been resolved, but there's still some conflicting elements and some issues which we need to be looking at. And this could be given that countries are having conflicting objectives, or also some of them, they are looking more at the industrial policy considerations. And this is of increasing importance for cross-border matters, that countries should be paying attention to these issues. So I guess I will just add my 5 cents in terms of what has been said in terms of further cooperation on these issues in different forums, and extensive work has been done by ICN, UNCTAD, OECD, WIPO, and WTO to some extent. And I think this is very important to continue this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for that overview and that perspective on what's happening in terms of IP and competition policy and some of the key emerging markets, the BRICS countries. And as Giovanni pointed out at the very beginning, some of these BRICS members, one in particular, has become a major user of the global intellectual property system of protection. So it's very interesting to see what they're thinking of doing in this area. I'm going to pass the floor now over to Elena Sima to offer her perspectives in her role as the commentator. A little background about Elena. She's currently a lecturer in international energy and environmental law at the University of Geneva. She's pretty much studied everywhere, including Geneva, Milan, Harvard, Yale, and Beijing. And she holds a PhD in international law from the Graduate Institute. Elena is published in several peer-reviewed journals on international trade, investment, and environmental law, as well as Chinese energy law and policy. So Elena, I give the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and thanks everyone for organizing this great webinar, for making me part of it. Let me just start by saying how really genuinely happy and excited I am that this project is actually coming to an end, is coming to life. I've been lucky enough to have participated in one way or another to, I don't know if all, but at least most of the process, I think from quite the beginning. And I think that as it has appeared from this webinar and as it will appear clearly from the volume from the book when it's actually available, it's been a tremendous effort. And I think that the result has been very, very successful. Now, in the program, I'm listed as commentator. So what I'm going to do is precisely that. I'm going to comment. I'm going to be brief. I know that we are running a little with time, but I just want to make a few broad general points. I kind of want to resume a little bit the role that I had in the context of the project, of working on the volume. So looking at the bigger picture and pulling the threads, that have been underlying the ongoing project and that have, I think, appeared quite clearly in this discussion today. So I think that listening to all the very interesting presentations, I think that they really reflect some of the core themes that we address in the book. And there are 3 points, I think, that I would like to focus on that came out quite strongly today. The first word that I would like to focus is synergy. We have talked a lot about synergy today. It's one of the core themes of the volume, the synergetic nature of the relationship between competition and intellectual property law and policy. But I would like to dwell on the fact that when we talk about synergy in this sense, actually, it has it's relevant in 2 different ways. In the sense that it's at the same time the reason why a combined approach to IP and competition is necessary, but it's also the objective of this combined approach. It's a reason because, of course, and this is again an idea that has been put forward today, competition and IP law share broadly converging goals and objectives. This is something that we have been saying quite a lot today, the promotion of consumer welfare, efficient allocation of resources, innovation, and so on and so forth. And so, of course, because of this, inherently synergetic relationship, IP rights can be somehow seen as essential underpinning of competition, trade, markets, and so on and so forth. And this calls for a unified, a combined approach. So the synergetic relationship is somehow the reason behind this unified approach that we see in the volume. But, and maybe I should have been more precise earlier, and not any IP rights, but appropriately framed IP rights are an essential underpinning of markets, innovation, competition, and trade. In the sense that actually there's a number of business practices often associated with the use of intellectual property rights, which can actually be contrary to the welfare of consumers or even the efficient operation of markets. So it's important to ensure actually that intellectual property does not depart from its policy objectives and doesn't actually end up harming consumers or hampering innovation. So this is why, on the one hand, the synergetic nature of these 2 fields calls for a unified approach. At the same time, a combined unified approach is necessary to allow this synergetic relationship to continue and to thrive. So this was the first point, this idea of synergy that we can look at from these two different angles. The second point, the second theme that I would like to briefly touch upon is something that we have really discussed a lot, specifically in this final panel, which is the relevance of national approaches, national laws, regulations, guidelines. And, there is a tendency we have seen towards convergence, but there are still many divergences. And this is, I think, one of really the strong suits and the added values of this book, is that it really provides this quite impressive comparative overview and approach to the whole topic. But once again, I would like to focus on the duality of these diverging national approaches, in the sense that, once again, this can be, I would say, a double-edged sword. It can be at the same time a risk, a challenge, and a richness. It can be a risk or a challenge because having different national standards, national guidelines, regulations, and so on regarding the interaction of competition, policy, and IP, creates the potential for negative externalities, spillovers. Once again, negative spillovers for consumers, businesses, and so on and so forth. So there is a risk that can come with these divergences. And I remember when I was long discussions that I had with Tony for one of the chapters, when we looked also at the EU digital single market, that, for example, at the European level, it's very clear the European Union is trying to harmonize, for example, copyright regimes, in particular with regards to information technology and the digital single market, precisely because these are harmonization can contribute to ensure that actually competition in the internal market is not distorted. So on the one hand, these different national approaches are a risk, but on the other, they are an incredible richness, a source of inspiration. It's a source of inspiration for the international level. We have discussed a lot about how international regional organizations can learn and can actually build their own approach on the different best practices, examples at the national level. And it came out in some of the presentations right now how other jurisdictions can learn from each other, especially those that do not have yet very developed frameworks in this sense, can kind of pick and choose the system that fits the best to their own market. So once again, there are these two, I think, kind of opposing forces, which makes the focus and the relevance of national approaches extremely fascinating and interesting, which is something that, again, it came out today, and it's really present throughout the whole volume. And then the final point that I want to look at quickly is the temporal dimension of the whole discussion of the interaction between IP and competition. Now, in particular, something that, once again, that has appeared today, I think this webinar really is a perfect reflection of the whole discussion that has been going on behind the scenes for the development of the book. But one of the objectives of the book was to kind of describe the status quo and present a very clear picture of the interaction between intellectual property and competition law and policy. And to do so, it had to go back in history, look at the past, and look at, from the very beginning, look at the origins of the two regimes and how their interface has been developing. But when looking at the interaction between IP and competition, looking at the past is important, is necessary, but it's not enough. We need to be a little bit like Janus, the two-faced gods, looking one face at the past and one at the future. And that's the other objective, I think, of the book, and something else that has come out quite strongly today, which is the importance not just of knowing where the interface comes from, to be able to explain it today and understand it, but also kind of throw it in the future and adapt it to all the new challenges that are emerging almost on a daily basis, from the really most recent ones, such as all the new challenges posed by the pandemic in terms of, for instance, access to healthcare. Of course, the role that policy tools and flexibilities in IP regimes to encourage access to healthcare. This is not a new topic. It's something that we've been discussing for a long time, but it's become more urgent because of the pandemic. Or even, again, something that has been mentioned today, the advent of the digital market, digital technology, information, dissemination of digital technologies has really presented legislators and regulators with whole new questions that requires us to kind of reframe some of the basic concepts that we're used to work with. What constitutes a market? What forms of competition actually are welfare enhancing? So these other kind of tension between looking at the past to explain the interface and then be open to the challenges of the future is, I think, another third important theme that I kind of collected from today's webinar and the book itself. I'm going to stop here because I think I'm a little bit over time. And once again, thank you. I learned again so much even today, and thank you again for organizing this great event.
Thank you so much, Elena, for those interesting insights. Unfortunately, we are running over time. I see 7 minutes already, and I had a slew of questions I was ready to throw out to all our speakers, and unfortunately, I won't be able to ask any of them. I just want to wrap up by asking if any of our speakers want to offer any final 10-second thoughts on what Elena had to say or what any of the other speakers had to say. Giovanni?
Well, very quickly, I think Elena has raised some important elements, particularly on the synergy. And of course, one of the challenges for an organization like WFPO is to, even if we deal with intellectual property, is to have a sort of independent and third-party way of looking at these issues, because I think independence and fairness in this area is very important, and this is a little bit the challenge for all of us in the near future. Thank you.
Thanks, Giovanni. Would anyone else want to make some very short concluding remarks before we wrap up? Throw your hand up if you would like to. No, we're all good. All right, well, I'll wrap up by saying a big thank you to Giovanni, to Antonella, to Ariel, and to Nadia for your very interesting interventions today. I've learned quite a lot. It's a shame we couldn't get into the Q&A and expand upon this a bit more, but hopefully we'll have an occasion in the future to do so. With that, I'm going to hand over the baton now to my colleague, Wolf Meyer-Ewert, who's the counselor with the Intellectual Property Division here at the WTO. We now move into the next final part of the webinar. Wolf, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. And even the moderators are competing now. You're a hard act to follow. So let me welcome everyone to this last segment of this rich and sprawling webinar already, which is called Taking the Dialogue Forward. I think we've harvested quite a range of insights from the first two sections. I think widely shared conviction that IP and competition share the same underlying policy rationales, that the development of an international approach to this is I think Rob called it a thinking exercise that is not finished, and which requires, as Professor Kovacic pointed out, the interdisciplinary integration of different fields in order to inform the considerations that are necessary to balance the relevant elements. I think the second section gave us a much more granular insight on various aspects, running roughly through the content of the book. And we've now come to look to the future, ideally, and who'd be better to lead us off on that than Professor Eleanor Fox, who's also the author of one of the concluding chapters of the book. She's the Walter J. Derenberg Professor of Trade Regulation at the NYU School of Law. and was previously in private practice. She's served on competition policy assignments in the administrations, both in Clinton and Carter administration. And she's also advised a number of jurisdictions, you might call younger antitrust jurisdictions, on development of their domestic approaches to this. As many others, but particularly so, she's widely published, of course, on these issues, including global issues casebooks and a book on competition in Africa. Professor Fox, I hand over directly to you, and looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Wolf, and thank you, organizers of this really wonderful session. So I'm going to share some slides with you in a minute. I'm going to take a really broad view, lifting our gaze to the world and the interrelationships, which I think your earlier speakers started out with. I know that Bill Kovacic and Rob Anderson undoubtedly did look at this very broad picture, and Elena has just introduced us to this very broad picture of interrelationships. So after saying thank you and hello to all of you, very, very happy to be here. Let me share the screen. So this is not my first slide, just a minute. Okay, can you see my slides on the screen now, Wolf? Good. Okay.
Yes, we can, and we hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. All right. So, of course, at this seminar, we are talking today about the confluence of these various disciplines: trade, competition, and intellectual property. We could say it slightly differently by saying trade, innovation, and competition, where competition and intellectual property are both steering towards the innovation. And the trade also depends upon the innovation. And sometimes all three are very harmonious, and other times we have to look at some tensions and see how to resolve them, all from the point of view of world community, which is something I'm going to stress because I'm afraid we are, as world, losing the notion of world community, which was so much on everyone's minds in, for example, the 1990s, when there was so much talk in the context of the WTO about how to bring the disciplines together, how to get better, coherent world trade in a way that made the world better off and solved the world as a community. And so my thesis is the world vision is absolutely necessary. We've slipped back from it as many countries in the world, peoples in many countries of the world, I should say nations more than peoples, nations have become nationalistic, have taken a more nationalistic and even selfish vision. And at the same time, we have seen a bursting out of forces of world competition in big tech, big data, big pharma, then the big state intervention to pull us back from the dream that we can have of more community. So my remarks today are going to look at this both timeline and even some topology of moving towards a community of interest, the new forces of trade and competition and power of some very big firms, especially in big tech, has led us to realize once again that the issues are global. We need to contain them by good world principles, frameworks, if not rules. And we have a new opportunity to do so, but it seems like harder to do so today because of the new nationalism, the populism that has resulted in the new nationalism. So the outline that you have here will lead us through these various subjects. And then after I go through these various subjects, I will be talking about options for moving forward and how can we solve the problems of reaching coherence, which always means coherence on trade, competition, intellectual property, and a few more issues which may be subsumed, including procurement and state action in general. And I will just, this is my last slide actually almost, I will be concluding with the congratulations, not only to the new book that is just about to come out, which deals with all of these issues, but to the wonderful congealing essay written by some of you here who are so important as big thinkers on the big picture of how to move forward and how to move forward within the WTO. So let us look back at my remarks begin with the 1990s. In the 1990s, it looked like the future of the WTO was really not only rosy, but very visionary and forward-looking. And at this time, there was a lot of brainstorming within the context of the WTO to bring the issues, intellectual property, and it worked leading towards TRIPS, competition, which we did a lot of work and left it hanging, and other issues which must be seen as part of that whole world vision of getting a better community view of trade, competition, intellectual property, recognizing state sovereignty, and somehow bridging the gaps. On the competition side, and I'm going to talk more about the competition side, the cosmopolitan vision either failed or got a really big setback. In the 1990s, especially with leadership of the European Union, and also that resulted in the formation of the working group on trade and competition within the WTO. There was a huge amount of work done, and they're really great WTO documents on what needs to be done on a world level to solve the problem of so many disparate systems. What are the problems that cannot be solved nationally that need an overall vision? There was a huge amount of work done under the leadership of Frédéric Geny and others who worked on this, and with the European Union making proposals, which a number of countries, but not all, signed onto, of how to get a competition framework within the WTO. And let me just say here, in terms of bringing in the intellectual property, when I bring in the competition, it always brings in the intellectual property because there is always that interface, both of those disciplines trying to get to better innovation. And so that interface is always latent there. There was much discussion on how to achieve this more uniform vision of having a competition discipline in the world, knowing that now we had so many restraints in the world that were global, mergers, monopolies. And so there were blueprints written at EU level and by others and by scholars as to how it could happen that we get a competition agreement. I know you all did it for TRIPS and you got through TRIPS. For competition, let me tell you what seemed to be the big problems. I'll tell you who opposed this international vision and a project within WTO to explain. The United States opposed it. And the United States opposed it on grounds that it would need a bureaucracy, it would need bargaining for right principles. The United States was afraid that those principles would be watered down to protect inefficient small firms, even from developing countries, from competition itself, and was afraid that at a bargaining table you would get to wrong principles, and was worried also who would decide when the issues had to be resolved, was worried about faceless bureaucrats. I'm saying this with some tongue in cheek, or at least irony, at least not buying into it, because I thought there was a very good case made, but this idea that there would have to be dispute resolution by people that didn't quite understand all of these great nuances and technicalities of antitrust. So United States thought it was really better off without a world agreement. At the same time, who else opposed it? The developing countries opposed it for absolutely opposite reasons, because the developing countries were afraid that a Trojan horse would be sold to the developing countries. It would be a very free trade, free competition type agreement, and that they would be left without any policy space to protect themselves from aggressive, for example, multinationals taking over their markets. So that project failed. Before it totally failed, there was a new project. And I know you've heard some of this morning, but I certainly want to mention the International Competition Network. Whereas the WTO project would have been top down, the idea was there could be an international competition network, roots up, competition people only, and not the trade representatives at the table, and very informal, virtual, really struggling roots up to try to understand where were our convergences, where were our divergences, where are best principles that we all agree to, and try to build the castle brick by brick ground up. ICN, which was started in 2001, has been a great success. And I will be coming back to that. It's been a great success. It's competition only, antitrust competition only. It does not bridge oceans. It does not bridge the gaps that an international agreement would do. It is more like a comparative organization about best principles nationally, comparatively. It does not deal with the externalities, all of the trade issues like export cartels. And it certainly does not deal with what I am also coming back to and I've hinted at, which is we really need a vision from the top to understand what is happening by these various restraints in the world in order to be able to take action that is good for the world. And you can think big tech if you like, you can think mega mergers if you like, but the world is not doing a very good job on having some coherence in trade, competition, intellectual property applied to the world competition problems where the companies are way bigger than nations and nations aren't solving them. So ICN formed in 2001. Doha development round was launched just before then. And that was meant to be the trade round to focus on the needs of developing countries and has petered out, unfortunately. And at the Cancun meeting in 2002, there was then still a competition agenda that was thought to be ripe to go forward, even for discussion on WTO agenda. At the Cancun meeting in 2002, it was jettisoned because the world could not even move forward well on very basic trade issues such as cotton subsidies and competition, investment, and a couple of other items were thought so peripheral that they were just taken off the agenda. So then that means competition in WTO and the working group, which was later formally abandoned, is in abeyance, not moving at all, if not totally taken off the agenda. So I have China here because China joined the WTO. China in 2008 put into effect its new competition law. China is one of the world community in competition law, and China has a very unique relationship to all of these issues. I don't have a lot of time to talk about it now. China is the one nation that has not joined the ICN, and China stands for, on the one hand, being very serious about trying to enforce international principles, but on the other hand, using industrial policy and strategic economics to its advantage whenever it thinks it is good for China, and is really an outlier on an attempt to form rule of law, competition law, and on the idea of some integrity in the competition system as opposed to tit for tat trade and competition. China shows how trade and competition and intellectual property figures very much in this because it is playing one against the other to get strategic advantage for China. If world norms are developed and China gets aboard in one way or another, it would be very progressive for the world. So after these great efforts to get more coherence and even to control the global economy in the 1990s, going into the 2000s, what happened was politically and political economy all over the world, nations pulled in. And we do have a world now that is very populated by populism, nationalism. So I put on the slide selfishism and narrowism, if you allow me, and everybody working in their silos, and nations thinking that they can do tit for tat trade and competition without rule of law. While we are now in this world of big tech, big data, they are powerful. They've gotten more powerful since the pandemic when everything has gone global. Big mergers that are really, in my view, out of control because all of the nations let them through with spin-offs and they're not prohibited, and nobody is taking a world view of what is good for the world. So we have to move forward to save the planet in more ways than one. And this leads me into how do we do that? What are the options in our economic law? And not talking about climate change right now, but it is part of the bigger picture. So we do need coherence, and why we need it not only for more goods and services and people getting goods and services and innovation at lower price. We need it for peace in the world, and we need it for equitable progress, meaning developing countries need to be lifted up and not pushed back at every turn. How can we solve the very specific problem that is before all of us, given our specializations? And so I have a 1, 2, 3 here, and 2 or 3 are really together. The number 1 is we work with what we have. We're grateful for it. We're grateful what we have in WTO, in TRIPS, in ICN, working with the national law, building up to regionals, which have become very important. And this number 1 is that we recognize that there's not much appetite today in the world for cosmopolitanism on the economic front. So we work at the margins and do what we can to make the world more coherent. Or we take a more proactive view and recognize that we really need to lift our gaze, coordinate the different disciplines, tear down the silos between them, work towards general consensus, realize that the community interest is our interest, and recognize a global commons of trade, intellectual property, and competition. This means we really do need the vision from the top. It's not that we need international rules on everything, but we need a referent that's higher than the day-to-day horizontal view. We need to conceptualize what I called in an article after the Doha round was launched. I called it the Doha Dome, and I still think we need it. And we need it notionally, even if it's not in rules, and probably most of this should not be in rules, but one country needs to have regard for other countries when it's thinking of allowing an export cartel or a global merger like Holcim, Lafarge and Cement, or Bayer, Monsanto, when each nation looks at its national interests and says, okay, I do what's good for my country and then I let it go. And then developed countries, it's up for you to do what you need for your country, but we know you can't really do it because these companies are too powerful. So we need the vision, the notional vision of the Doha Dome with regard for our neighbors. So we could and should take as our Bible that wonderful article that has just been published by several of you here today, Rob Anderson, Bill Kovacic, Anna Mueller, Antonella Salguero, and Nadia Sporasheva. And I think, Tony Taubman, you must have had a big hand in it and its thinking too. Competition policy in the global economy. We need to restore the working group on the international interaction between trade and competition. This time thinking, however, really impressing in order to get people on board. It's really the antidote we need to move forward, and impressing that it is grassroots, it's ground up, it is working group, it is think tank, bringing together the other side of the coin. You have TRIPS, competition has ICN, but that in their own way, it's like one hand clapping. We need to bring together the entire vision from the top, and coherence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fox, for this broad perspective, as you promised, taking us from the very outset to the imperatives of today, and for this important plea for active engagement, lifting the gaze, and a call to arms to combine the existing multilateral efforts and fora to bring us forward. establish further coherence between trade, IP, and competition. I like particularly your memory of the 1990s atmosphere of cosmopolitan vision. There, in a book that we published on the origins of the TRIPS agreement, which was published at the 20th anniversary 5 years ago, we managed to get a number of the negotiators of the TRIPS agreement back to share their memories. The spirit of that time, that very sense of global responsibility and vision that you've mentioned, is really tangible in most of the contributions to that book. So it is a defining element of that time, and I think responsible for much of what the TRIPS agreement has achieved at that time, and the competition agreement may have been able to achieve had it been able to conclude. I think we are right on time to close this webinar. I see Tony has reappeared, so I'm imagining that, no, that you wish to take the floor, do you, or no? Well, that then leaves me to thank everyone for their participation. Not only all of those who have spoken and who have contributed to the book, which is a large overlap, if not 100%, excluding, of course, myself. I want to thank also those behind the scenes who've made this possible, as usual: Fatima Chowdhury, Karen Russell, Jessica van der Velde, and others. And those who, like me, have moderated: Dan Brusin and Reto Malacrido, good colleagues from the WTO. Can I think, remind everyone that these interventions were personal interventions from the speakers, and are not to be attributed to the WTO itself, the Secretariat, or any of its members. I think what came out was not a concrete path forward for international formal activity, but I think a sense that the cooperation both between the institutional settings that exist, but also in particular the disciplines that deal with the nexus between IP, trade and competition, needs to be strengthened. So I think in that spirit, I want to close this seminar, just to remind everyone that the webinars that we organize under the heading of TRIPS at 25, and that we started last year, are forums for sharing inspirational work and ideas for international policy in that regard. And that series indeed will continue. I can invite you already now to a webinar on the economics of intellectual property, which will take place on the 4th of May. And there will be more to come. I would invite you to check back at the TRIPS at 25 webpage on the WTO webpage, where you can not only listen to previous webinars, but also stay up to date on when the next seminar on this topic would take place. So please do check back and join us again as this series continues. There are also other materials relevant to the TRIPS agreement to be found at that. With that, let me thank in particular Professor Fox as the last speakers, but everyone on these 3 panels. This webinar will also be available on the web page very soon, so that anybody who has missed part of it can return and listen to it. Thank you very much, and goodbye here from the WTO.